Good morning, everyone. Sorry about the little delay in starting today. Welcome to the Vancouver City Council meeting of Tuesday, June the 25th, 2024. Now, this council meeting is being convened in person and by electronic means as authorized under Part 14 of the procedure bylaw. City of Vancouver electronic meetings. As such, council members and the public may participate in person or by electronic means. Everyone's here, right? No? Is she online? Sorry, is Lisa online? Okay, perfect. Okay. Um, okay, we don't have to pause though, do we? No. Okay. If a council member attending by electronic means loses connection, which is ironic because that just happened, during the voting process, team members are available to get you back online quickly while the voting process is suspended. The team members' contact information has been circulated to you. Video of council members speaking, presentations, and vote results will be projected on the live stream when available. Council members are reminded that in accordance with section 14.13 of the procedure bylaw, members must enable their video to confirm quorum. Now, in the case of an emergency where we need to evacuate the building, I think I saw some of our amazing people from Vancouver Fire and Rescue Services. Hey, Karen. So Karen's going to lead us out of danger, but if she isn't here, there are two exits just beyond the glass doors there, and if those doors are obstructed for any reason, there are four doors just in this chamber here. Walk, don't run. Please don't use the elevator, and there will be more instructions if that happens. Now, if you require accessibility assistance, please remain at your location and wait for a security team member to guide you to a safe location. I'd also like to highlight there is the defibrillator at the end of this hallway, so if we need it, it is there. I'd also like to acknowledge that we are hosting today's council meeting on the unceded territories of the Musqueam, the Squamish, and the Tsleil-Waututh First Nations, and really want to thank them for their generosity and their hospitality and the love and the care they show this land that we get to live, work, and play on. And I think it's incumbent upon all of us to unlearn what we've learned in the past and learn the true history as to what happened or what has happened on these lands. If we do that, we're going to build an incredibly bright future full of love and prosperity and empathy for all of us. And as an aside, I know we have representatives from Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh with us today, and so happy that they will be joining us in this chamber. I also want to take a moment to recognize the immense contributions of all of our team members at the City of Vancouver. Super proud to be working side by side by all of our team members. We've had the honor of being able to work with them. Some of us for a year and a half, some of us for way longer than that. And I can tell you, when I speak for all of us when I say our people are absolutely amazing. They work incredibly hard and they really care about this place. We have a couple of broken systems that we need to fix, but the people is not one of them. Our people are absolutely amazing. Now, on that, we have this thing that we launched a little while ago called the You Rock Awards. And so what we do with these awards is team members from across the system, they actually recognize their teammates doing something absolutely amazing or just recognizing that they share our incredible core values. And so one person I want to highlight is, how do I put this here? If you've ever visited City Hall or the West Annex on 10th, you've probably had your day made better by meeting. I'm not allowed to say last names. I'm not going to say last names, but everyone knows this individual as George. George is incredible. As a security supervisor with City Protective Services, George is often the first face people meet. And not only does he help keep our building teammates and visitors safe, but he's a very welcoming individual. I remember when I first came here, he was off the charts, awesome, and just the smile and the warmth that he shares with everyone. To quote one of our fantastic team members at in our city comms group, George embodies care and attention to all team members and community members whenever they interact at City Hall. And so whether it's chasing down visitors to return lost items, spending time with concerned community members, or helping address their issues, he actually does remember everyone's name, which is, it blows me away. And he also speaks, I don't know, I'm going to guess here, but it feels like he speaks about 15 different languages. I know it's probably not that, but it's definitely over 5 or 6. George goes above and beyond every single day when he's at the City of Vancouver. And so we're so grateful to have George choose to be on the team. George, you absolutely rock. And as part of the You Rock Awards, a little plug there. Whoever gets it or gets recognized by their teammates and we choose them, they get to go with family members or friends to either a BC Lions game or a Whitecaps game based on their choosing. All right. With all that said, can we please get roll call?
Mayor Sim in the chair, Councillor Carr, Councillor Kirby-Young, Councillor Dominato, Councillor Dominato's online, Councillor Bly, Councillor Boyle, Councillor Fry, Councillor Montague, Councillor Klassen, Councillor Meisner, and Councillor Joe.
Present.
You have quorum, Mayor Sim.
Great, thank you very much. Public notice pursuant to section 164.12 of the Vancouver Charter. Public notice is hereby given that council will give consideration to amend procedure bylaw number 12577 at the council meeting on July the 9th, 2024. These amendments are in relation to the pending decision related to Bill 18 on the July 9th, 2024 Standing Committee agenda. Now, the plan for today, any comments on agenda items can be sent to council using the WebEx form on the city's website. The link to that form will be posted on X at Van City Clerk. I also want to note the City of Vancouver's long-standing commitment to equity, diversity, and inclusion, including the utmost respect for all genders. I remind council that when addressing speakers and the city's team members, we will avoid using gendered honorifics and will instead refer to the person by first and last name, role, or title. So today we have 3 administrative items: in-camera motion, adoption of minutes, and matters adopted on consent; 1 item of unfinished business, 6 reports and 5 referral reports; 13 bylaws, 3 administrative motions, notice of council member motions, new business, and inquiries and other matters. Seems like it's going to be a short one today. The plan for today, we're going to break at noon for lunch, followed by the in-camera meeting, return at 3 p.m. to continue to deal with the remainder of the agenda. If needed, recess at 5 p.m. for a dinner break and reconvene at 6 p.m. to complete the agenda. In camera, council is required to meet in camera later this week. The reasons and authority under the Vancouver Charter are listed in the agenda. Would someone like to move a motion to go in camera later on this week? Great, thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young, seconded by Councillor Klassen. All those in favor say yay. Great. All those opposed say nay. Great, the motion carries unanimously. Minutes. Minutes, 1 are from council meeting on, from the council meeting on June the 11th, 2024. Are there any corrections to the minutes? So would someone like to move? Councillor Joe, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Meisner. All those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. Great, the motion carries unanimously. Minutes 2 are from the council meeting following the Standing Committee on Policy and Strategic Priorities on June the 12th, 2024. Are there any corrections? Would someone like to move? Councillor Meisner, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Bly. All those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. Great, the motion carries unanimously. Minutes 3 are from the public hearing on June the 13th and 18th, 2024. Are there any corrections? Would someone like to move? Councillor Joe, seconded by Councillor Klassen. Thank you very much. All those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. Great, the motion carries unanimously. Matters adopted on consent. Council will now consider matters adopted on consent. We have reports 3 through 5 and referral reports 1 through 5 on the consent agenda for council's consideration. We will hold reports 1, 2, and 6 to hear from speakers for discussion. Okay, so council may adopt the recommendations for reports 3, 4, and 5 and refer reports 1 through 5 on consent. Okay, Okay, does any member wish to hold any of these items for debate or questions to team members? And Councillor Bly, you're up.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to hold report 4, fire bylaw amendments for fire protection upgrades.
Okay, so that was report number 4. Councillor Bly. Okay. Mayor Sim. That's interesting. I'm going to skip over that one. And then Councillor Boyle.
Nothing to hold. I will come back on to move to vary the agenda after we pass
Okay.
consent.
Councillor Klassen.
I'd like to, Mayor, I'd like to hold report 3 just for some questions, please.
Okay. So I have Councillor Klassen held 3 and Councillor Bly held 4. Okay, does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest on the consent agenda items? No? Okay, I'm just gonna. We're good? Okay,
Sorry, my apologies.
Councillor
Mayor,
Councillor Kirby.
hey, Mayor,
Just confirming that item 6 is not on consent because there's a speaker. Is that correct?
Yeah, no, we, number 6 is held.
Right, thank you.
Great, and then I heard Councillor Dominato do,
yes, thanks, Mayor. Just on a point of parliamentary procedure, if I could get a vote assist in favor for the consent items, please.
okay. I'm just gonna make sure we have the right items here. So we have reports. So it's basically just a report 5 and then all the referral reports. Is that correct? Okay, so we have report number 5 and referral reports 1 through 5 for the consent agenda. Would someone like to move adoption? Great, Councillor Carr, seconded by Councillor Meisner. All those in favor say yay. Okay. All those opposed say nay.
Yay.
Great. The motion carries unanimously. Okay, so the following have been approved on consent. So that is report number 5, closure and sale of a portion of lane adjacent to 716 West 23rd Avenue, and referral reports number 1, CD-1 rezoning 998 East 19th Avenue. Report number 2, CD-1 rezoning 800 Commercial Drive. Report number 3, rezoning 4569 Oak Street. Report number 4, CD-1 rezoning 2096 West Broadway and 2560 through 2576 Arbutus Street. And report number 5, CD-1 82 text amendment 749 West 33rd Avenue, 4865 through 4885 Heather Street, 4818 Willow Street, and 4885 St. John Paul II Way. Whew. Okay. Unfinished business. We have one item of, Councillor Boyle. Hold on one sec. Great. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks, Mayor. I circulated a motion to vary the agenda to move report 1, City of Vancouver UNDRIP action plan forward and deal with unfinished business, the operating budget reallocation after report 1.
Great. Is there any, so seconded by Councillor Fry, is there any discussion? All right. Seeing no one on the queue, we'll put the motion to a vote.
Mayor, if I could get a vote assist in opposition, please. Is this the motion to vary the agenda?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm opposed. Thank you.
Okay. So the motion to vary the agenda fails with myself, Councillor Kirby-Yung, Councillor Dominato, Councillor Bly, Councillor Montague, Councillor Klassen, and Councillor Joe in opposition. Okay. Number 9, unfinished business. We have one item of unfinished business today, which is the operating budget reallocation. At the council meeting on June the 11th, 2024, council postponed this report to the council meeting today. Does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest on this item? All right, so seeing none, this item does not have a presentation. Council members, you have up to 5 minutes to ask questions of team members. So are there any questions? And I see Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I have a number of questions and may even want to move for a round of second questions, but I do respect that we have the MST here and their intent upon, obviously this is very important business and I don't want to delay that. Mayor, I'm curious, what is it that your office requires that is no longer able to be funded as a regular function of the city clerk's office, which was the original allocation for this budget funding? If I may ask you.
Yeah, sure. Just a question on procedure. So that's fine. You can ask me. I can answer. Yep. Okay, great. Yeah, so I just want to be clear here. We voted on the allocation of approved the $80,000, which is for administrative assistance. That was done already. This is literally just an operating allocation where the city clerk's office and the city manager's office felt like, well, they agreed that it's better handled in the city, in the mayor's office. So these are just operational efficiency reasons, but the budget hasn't changed. So.
Well, Mayor, with respect, I'm specifically asking what the function is. So we had a very clear allocation for a clerical function through our regular clerical staff, and this is now moving into a political function. So I'm curious, how has the function changed that it's no longer?
Okay, yeah, no, I can answer that. So this mayor's office has, in my opinion, we're a lot more active, and the scheduling of my activities are off the chart, insanely crazy and complicated, and literally change every 15 minutes. And so and we've tried for over a year to make things work, and things have been falling through the cracks through no fault of anyone's, effort. And so we need to bring this in-house. And I want to be very clear, when we get this done, we'll be able to focus more of our attention as opposed to scheduling, where I spend about 20 to 25% of my own personal time scheduling. We actually get to work on meatier issues. For example, the mayor's office, working with Destination Vancouver, Invest in Vancouver, and our own team here, we just landed a conference that's going to bring 40,000 delegates a year to the city of Vancouver. It's a 3-year conference. Conservatively, this thing could bring $400 to $500 million of economic activity to the city of Vancouver over the next 3 years. We have worked on the Stanley Park train, where we were able to get private donors to commit over $1 million to the Stanley Park train. We're working on the pier as well. Like we've been able to, focus our attention on getting, uniforms, or not safety equipment that don't cause cancer for our firefighters. These are the issues that we want to spend our time on as a mayor's office. We don't want to allocate 20 to 25% working on scheduling, and having it with the city clerks. It just added a level of complexity, and we needed to bring that in-house to actually break down the communication channels that we have.
Or some might suggest that adds a layer of transparency to put it through the city clerk's office. I'm wondering if I could ask a second round of questions, if I could move for that.
Sure. Great. All those in favor, say aye. All those opposed, say nay. Great. Motion carries.
So, Mayor, I guess one of the things that jumped out for me is that this $80,000 is almost exactly consistent with the $80,000 that was in the open data for Wellington Advocacy, which through the course of my research turned out to be a conservative lobby group based out of Alberta. And I'm curious, what is the function of Wellington advocacy in your office, and why are these taxpayer funded? Because you still haven't explained really where this money's going, and I feel that there is a burden of transparency.
Yeah, point of procedure to the city manager. Am I allowed to talk about people that we've hired that are actually employees of the city of Vancouver that are actually working on scheduling where the $80,000 is 100% allocated to? Or do I just mention that we've hired for that position and that money is allocated to a specific individual that is working at the city of Vancouver?
So in terms of the $80,000, just to clarify, that was the money that was allocated to the city clerk. It has not been spent at this point, so the intent would be to allocate to the mayor's budget office. I think the question directed to you regarding the other matter that Councillor Fry has raised would be up to you to answer around Wellington strategies. That's obviously not something that I can speak to.
Sorry, I don't want to do this. We can get back to it. Just point of procedure, we're over time. For you,
Yep,
but
nope,
we have a second round, so.
That's fair.
And Councillor Carr.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Mayor, you just finished stating that this money will be used to hire someone for 100% scheduling. However, the report says it will support scheduling and related functions. My question to you is, what are the other related functions?
Basically, we're talking about assistance with the logistics of my schedule and everything that's tied to it. So it could be anything. As it relates to like scheduling. No.
So if the words related functions wasn't there and it was just supporting scheduling, it would include everything, as you just said, related to scheduling.
Sure.
Okay, just clarifying that there's nothing, other kinds of things that we're not clear about.
Managing my calendar is more than a full-time job. So, and it'd be great if people can do more. And the world I come from, you know what, we do like what is asked of us and we step up and we do more. And if someone is willing to do more in anywhere in this organization, we would 100% encourage it. Just like every day we see all our fabulous team members in Vancouver Fire and Rescue, in VPD and engineering, to name a few, who go well beyond the call, who just don't stop at their job description.
Okay. I have a second question, and that relates to the, as you've said, increased responsibility of staff for many more events and scheduling kinds of activities. So you may not know the answer, but perhaps the city manager does. I mean, notwithstanding last term, I don't think the mayor was as active, but certainly in my previous terms with Mayor Gregor Robertson, he was pretty active in the community. So I'm wondering if the number of events that you are requested to be at and that you choose to be at has increased radically over previous mayors. And somebody maybe has an answer?
Thanks, Councillor. Yeah, I don't have data on that. We would probably take a bit of work to go back and liaison with the mayor's office. So sorry, I'm not able to give you a sense of that.
Okay, that's fine if you don't have the answer, but yeah, I'm fine for questions now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks, and I just want to. I know we're in questions, but want to say sorry that we're going to spend a bunch of time on this. It's an important item, and I wish we had chosen to do UNDRIP first. I don't understand why we didn't, but sorry that we're spending time on this now before we get to our honored speakers who are here visiting. I also am curious what the difference is in your schedule from past mayors. We certainly last term was unusual and we had the pandemic, et cetera, but the mayor before that brought the Olympics to Vancouver. I assume that was a very busy schedule as well, and yet we've seen a significant increase in the mayor's office budget since then. So I'm interested in better understanding, aside from, your priorities and you're working hard, of course, we're all working hard, but why the significant increase from past mayors? What's the difference?
Yeah, so, and we can dig and get a bunch of numbers together, but I actually don't think it's, this characterization that's a significant increase. I think context is important here. First of all, during a pandemic, this place was literally shut down, so there were way less meetings. So I think you have to go to the previous mayor's first year in office, and I don't know what it is, but on an inflation-adjusted basis, it would be relatively in line. I can't comment as to the administration before. I can only comment as to what we're doing. This is to answer your question, this is a full-time job. And so when you look, I'll give you an example. When it came to collision, that was a year in the making. When we found out that this was even like a sniff of an opportunity.
I have a number of questions, so I want to make sure I have time to get to them. I absolutely understand it's a full-time job as
So
it has
just,
been. for
yes,
past mayors.
if you don't want the answer to it though, because I was trying to answer it, but that's okay.
I want to make sure I get through all of my questions, and the second actually is about the numbers. So I would be interested if you're able to produce those numbers. One of the concerns that I hear in the public is that the rest of the civil service, there is accountability about their jobs and where the money is being spent, and the line item for the mayor's office budget is really just one line item without very clear breakdown about who's doing what and the staffing and whatnot. So I'm interested to understand what you see currently as the transparency and accountability around
Sure.
the spending of those funds.
Yeah, so first of all, that's not necessarily accurate. There is a little more detail than a one-line item on the mayor's office. Maybe I'll give you, I think context is important here too. We're building a world-class city. Make no mistake about it. We are literally creating a place where our kids and our grandkids will be able to and will want to call Vancouver home. And so when you look at the entirety of the mayor's office budget, it equates to literally less than a penny a day for each resident in the city of Vancouver. And what we've done with it, beyond just normal operations, collision is a great example. Over 3 years, that should be 3, 4, upwards of $500 million in economic activity to the city of Vancouver. Think of our restaurants, think of our hotels, think of our Uber drivers or cab drivers and how they're going to benefit. More importantly, think of how our businesses are going to benefit when the whole world,
Again,
$40,000.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but the question was about transparency and accountability of how
Yeah,
the
and
mayor's
I
office
think
budget
the
is.
characterization that it's one line item that no one sees is completely far from the truth.
Okay, so my
because
follow-up
y-
question is what can the mayor's office do to increase that transparency and accountability? There's very little information that's out there, so is there willingness to
Yeah,
provide more?
yeah, I think the willingness has been expressed, and actually, we've actually done it in terms of we're the first administration, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, I'll put that out to the city manager, that actually asked for a mayor's budget task force where 48 individuals that are not connected to the city at all had full access to our financial statements and ripped through them and gave us a bunch of suggestions. And so we are arguably the most transparent administration in the history of Vancouver.
Well,
And really
but
proud
the
of it.
mayor's budget task force is citywide. Has it produced more detailed information about the mayor's budget spending itself? My understanding was it's based in the mayor's office, but looking at the whole city, it's not internally focused
Yeah,
on
the
the mayor's.
mayor's budget task force chose to address whatever they chose to address. The point is, the question was, are we committed to transparency? And I answered that by saying, not only are we, we've actually done it and we will continue to do
I
it.
see I'm out of time, but I'll go back on.
Thank you. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks. And fun fact, actually, prior to this administration, the budgets used to actually publish a line item for council expenditures and a separate line item for mayor expenditures. Now we have it as one line item on the budget. So fun fact there, you could kind of reference later, but it's now referenced completely as mayor and council as one budget line item. They're not separated anymore. So Mayor, I'm still not getting the kind of answer that I'm looking for and why this, and I totally appreciate that your scheduling is a full-time job and we all have, you know, publicly funded civil servants who do our scheduling as councilors and they're not full-time, they're part-time, they're shared employees. So what is it that is different about now this allocation? Because, you know, you did commit to reducing the partisan activities of the mayor office and now we see this public funding shifting from the civil service into your political office essentially. And I think we want to know why and what the function is
Yeah,
going to be.
I think I say this respectfully. I think that's a complete mischaracterization. Literally, if you're making an allegation that these are for political, you know, expenses, that is actually a complete mischaracterization. We are literally talking about scheduling my calendar so I can show up to events like the Douglas Park Community Days, or Concord yesterday, or Greek Days, or scheduling how we show up to wave the flag at Collision, at the same time meeting a bunch of other commitments, and it's completely fluid, and it takes a lot of effort.
But
And
Mayor,
so
why can that not be a civil servant that is transparent and accountable to the public?
we are literally, like, based on our experience of doing this for a year and a half, and also the city clerk's office and the city manager's office also agree that having that person working in the mayor's office is the best outcome, and it's the most efficient. So, look, we just want to focus on building a great city. We're not trying to play politics on an $80,000 allocation that was already voted on and approved months ago.
A very different allocation, I would contend. Now, who is Wellington Advocacy then? Because the $80,000 seems to mirror exactly the amount of money that's been paid so far on the open data that we can access to Wellington Advocacy.
Yeah. Look, we can, I'm sure we can get you, a better description of what one of our suppliers does. So,
I mean,
we'll get it back to you.
Would your office be agreeable and commit to reducing partisan activity and being more transparent with your office budget and where those funding allocations are going? Because
The mayor's office, I think we've been very clear on multiple times. It's not a partisan office, and proof's also in the pudding. It's not what you say, but it's what you do. And so all I can tell you is we've invited all councillors in this chamber on multiple times to be at all our different functions, and we come united as one team. We're not the ones that are making this partisan here. So, that's a personal comment that I think people have seen in the past. And I'm only answering your question because you're making this partisan. I literally, whenever I'm on stage personally, and I'm only going to speak for myself, I always start it with, I think the mayor's office gets way too much credit. We are all a team. These are all my team members. The stuff that happens in the city of Vancouver is because of our team. There's nothing partisan about that. If we were partisan, I think there'd be less members on that stage, invited on that stage, and we wouldn't be using those words. So, like I said, we can only control ourselves, not anyone else. And as far as I'm concerned, the mayor's office is not partisan, not only as it relates to city council, but I think we've shown that we, as a mayor's office, will have great relations with anyone who's in Victoria and anyone who's in Ottawa. We do not take a position. The only position we take is we want to do what's right for the region and what's right for Vancouver. And if that's partisan, then I'm as partisan as hell. Sorry, and we're out of time. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I have three, I think, pretty straightforward, simple questions. The first one is, is your calendar published monthly, the same as councillor calendars and per the city bylaw? And I'm looking online here, but just to verify for the record, is it posted and online publicly every month?
Absolutely.
Okay, thanks. That's question one. Question two, does your office publish your expenses quarterly just as the councillor expenses are published quarterly, the individual expenses and expense reports?
Yes, but I'll qualify that. So it publishes all the City of Vancouver expenses. There are a lot of out-of-pocket expenses that I personally take up that I do not expense whatsoever, that I do out of my own pocket for the good of the city and our
Okay.
team members.
Thanks for the clarification. My third and final question is, does your office follow the same best practice accounting practices in terms of expense disclosure that the City of Vancouver does as a whole in terms of budgeting practices and has won awards for?
Yes, they do, I believe so, and I think it's the same disclosure as
So
all
the
the
same
other
level of
councillors
details
here.
provided in our expenses and your expenses and in city budgets. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Carr.
Yeah, thank you. I just thought I should make sure it's on public record in response to the statement that there hasn't been partisanship, that three of us on council, councillors Boyle, Fry, and myself, were not invited to events that we had normally been invited to. I think it was Chinese New Year. This was last fall. I mean, the first fall that we were elected. I think there's been corrections made, but certainly that was a upsetting time for us to know that invites went to mayor and council and didn't come to all of council. So just to make sure that that is on public record.
Is that a question or a comment?
No, it's just a comment. Thank you.
Point of procedure, can I, sorry? Okay. And thank you. All right. Councillor Joe.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. So can I ask you, ask the city manager a couple of questions through you, Mayor?
Sure.
Yeah, thanks. So my first question, city manager, is this reallocation is a recommendation from the city manager's office?
Thanks, Councillor. Yes, it is. Based on our understanding of the intended use of the funds, it's our advice that the role is more appropriately constituted as a member of the mayor's office reporting directly to him.
Okay, thank you. Just to confirm, it is a recommendation from the city manager's office.
It is.
Yeah, thank you. The other question, city manager, is I think the mayor's mayor's office budget is updated on the open data every 3 months, right? With all line by line data.
I mean, to some extent, it depends on how you define line by line, but certainly the expenses are provided on or uploaded to open data along with the rest of council.
So every 3 months.
Yes,
And public has all access to those data.
that's correct.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks. That's all my question.
Thank you very much, Councillor Joe. Councillor Meisner.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Just a question through you to the city manager, if I may. Hoping to get a little bit more context as to why you've made that recommendation, if I may.
Thanks, Councillor. So I think in the decision that was made in the budget was relatively high level. It was $80,000 to create a new position to support scheduling. As we worked with the staff, the team in the mayor's office around understanding really what the position was going to be doing, the nature of the working relationship with the mayor, very close day to day, that's a difficult relationship to manage for civil servants. You know, the other staff in the mayor's office, or the admin staff that support the mayor's office, or civil servants report through to the city clerk. They don't actually take direction from the mayor. So in our view, this role was much more closely tied to the mayor and his activities day to day, and would be better suited by someone who worked on that, a member of that team.
Okay, thank you very much for that. That makes sense to me. And just to confirm, this is a reallocation of money that was already approved for the city clerk's office. Is that correct?
That's correct. It's simply just a budget transfer.
Okay, so we're just moving the money over. Okay, thanks so much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Meisner. Councillor Clausen.
Thank you, Chair. As has been said, we've got very important business for the day, so I'd like to move the recommendation and call the question.
Great. Can we have a seconder? Councillor Joe seconded. Are any questions or comments? Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I have an amendment that I circulated 2 weeks ago and again this morning.
Yeah, we have to, so we have to vote on.
Real garbage.
Yeah, she has an amendment. Yeah. I'm just going to stop your timer. All right, clear as mud. So, basically, Councillor Boyle has the floor, and so you wanted to file an amendment?
Yes, I do. I circulated an amendment, like I said, 2 weeks ago when this item first came to us, and recirculated it this morning. The amendment is in addition to the recommendation in the report, and it reads further that the mayor's office provide a report to a public meeting of council in October or November of each year with a line-by-line accounting of the mayor's office expenditures, including but not limited to a detailed breakdown of direct staffing costs, consultants, and travel to improve transparency and accountability of public funds and to inform the next year's budget decisions.
Point of procedure, Chair. I have a question for the city clerk through you. Just with regards to the decision that was just made here, Councillor Boyle was not on the queue when I moved and called the question. So I assume the concerns around the use of the term "call the question." We did have a seconder. We were going to vote. Is there something procedurally that we need to understand about that decision?
So in order to call for the vote on a matter, the matter needs to be on the floor first. So our understanding is that you are moving the motion that as presented in the report, and then it was seconded by Councillor Zhou. A second motion then needs to be put forward to call for the vote, which needs to be moved and seconded, and then it requires a 2/3 vote to proceed to the vote on that matter.
Very good. Okay, thank you for that clarification.
So if it was moved and seconded, if Councillor Klassen called the question, and then we require a seconder and a 2/3 vote, it occurs to me that the clerk should have guided us through completing that procedure, and it was left incomplete. So I think that that's a procedural piece that needs to be completed. I don't know if we need to take a recess, if that would be helpful to walk through that since we've now. Thank you.
5-minute recess? as the day progresses. Okay, Councillor Kirby Young, the proper procedure in this situation is you can appeal my decision to proceed with Councillor Boyle as opposed to Councillor Klassen calling the vote. Yeah, so the proper procedure, if you so wish, is to appeal my decision, which was, or appeal the chair's decision, which was to proceed with Councillor Boyle as opposed to Councillor Klassen calling the vote. So,
5 of the, based on my reading of section 11.5 of the procedure bylaw, I do not believe that the proper protocol was followed with respects to calling the vote. And so, yes, I would like to challenge the chair.
okay. So, clerk, can we have you explain the procedure? Oh, sorry, and we need a seconder on Councillor Kirby Young's motion. Councillor Joe, thank you very much. And this one's going to be a little confusing for some, for me.
So Councillor Kirby Young has moved a motion to appeal the decision of the chair. That requires a 2/3 vote of members present in the meeting. Right now, we have, right now we have 10 members present, so it would require 7 votes. Those of you voting in favor agree with the decision to, those of you voting in favor agree with this decision to challenge the chair and move forward with Councillor Meisner calling the vote.
No,
Councillor Klassen calling the vote. And then that would proceed to, if that's successful with the 7 votes, it would proceed to Councillor Klassen having already moved that motion, requiring a seconder, and then proceeding to the vote on the motion as presented, the original motion as presented in the report.
Okay.
Those of you who vote no do not agree with Councillor Kirby Young's motion and would then, if the outcome there is less than the 2/3, would be then moving on to Councillor Boyle's amendment to the motion. So yes, if you agree with Councillor Kirby Young, no, if you don't want to appeal the chair.
All right. And so we will, so clerk, we go straight to the vote on the appeal, is that correct? Okay. So just so we're very clear, if you agree with Councillor Kirby Young's challenge, you vote yes. If you disagree with Councillor Kirby Young's challenge, you vote no. Right. And if okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6. So, Councillor Kirby Young's challenge passes with Councillors Carr, Boyle, and Fry in opposition. So, point of procedure here now, clerk.
Now, Mayor, you would move, so Councillor Boyle's motion amendment is no longer on the floor as the challenge was successful. So now you would proceed to Councillor Klassen's motion on the floor of call the vote, which requires a seconder and requires a 2/3 vote to pass.
Okay.
And no debate.
So no
once
debate.
that's on the
So
floor.
the motion was passed by Councillor Klassen to vote, and then it was seconded by Councillor Joe. So we can please go to the voting screen. Councillor Bly. Okay. Councillor Klassen's motion to proceed to a vote passes with Councillors Carr, Boyle, and Fry in opposition. So now we go to the vote on the issue. Is that correct? Okay. So now we're going to be voting on the main motion.
Point of privilege, Mayor. Does this mean that the democratic process is completely suspended here and we don't get to ask for the transparency piece that the amendment's done?
There's no debate here.
I'm asking a point of privilege, so you just point of information then. Are you saying that we're not able to? Well, I think it is a point of information. I'm asking if we're not going to entertain any amendments to this motion and we're rubber stamping this.
Chair, can you just have the clerks please verify on a point of procedure, which is correct, not a point of privilege, a point of information. As long-standing councillors on the procedure bylaw, I'm confident or aware that there is no debate or comments once a vote has been called. Can we have verification through you, please, from the clerks?
Chair, now that the council has decided to proceed to the vote, council proceeds to the vote and no further debate may occur.
Outrageous.
Okay.
Chair,
Yes.
we have a long agenda in front of us. If we're going to keep entertaining comments that are offside, can we remind councillors if they can't follow procedure, perhaps they shouldn't participate? It's incumbent on all councillors to actually follow the procedure bylaw.
Look who's talking now.
Hey, you know what, guys?
And Chair, I really don't want to go here because I'd like to get to the main business. This should have been a short item, but can you please caution Councillor Fry on his comments about fellow councillors so that we can move on with the business of the day, please?
So, Councillor Fry, if we can follow the procedures and get on with the business, because we actually, have some, as a lot of people have alluded here, we actually have some really important stuff to deal with that we want to get to. Okay, so we will go to the voting panel to vote on the main motion. Okay, and the motion passes with Councillors Carr, Boyle, and Fry in opposition. All right. Thank you very much, everyone. The next item on the agenda is report number 1, the City of Vancouver UNDRIP Action Plan. Does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest on this item? Okay. So to begin this item, we have an opening song by Councillor Winoke. So that's Dan. How are you? And it's Thomas from the Tsleil-Waututh Nation.
Siam Heights Epka Siam Amit Ap Kudquilam Musquim Iskohomish Isalewatal Tamath Wanak Quanasqui Talitsin at Slewata Iskohomish Ikwakiwaki Hawaiian Iwalsh Misteo Ait Quanasquelo and Squanziquitsnala. In translation, I said, good day to you all, respected peoples. Welcome to the unceded lands of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh peoples. Wanak is my ancestral name, and I'm a member of the Tsleil-Waututh Nation, but my blood lineage and kinship and familial ties connect me also to the Squamish, Kwakwaka'wakw, Hawaiian, and Welsh peoples as well. And it gives me great feelings in my squallow and my spirit to say a few hunkaminam words that I know. But we're here to celebrate a huge milestone. As I was reflecting the last hour, as we're sitting to present, I was reminded by our flags on the wall in the back. I looked to the left and I was reminded of our spiritual connection to the land, to the water, to the air, to the fire, the warmth of gathering by the beautiful artwork that was carved by our 3 nation members. If you look at it, there's the thunderbird, there's a wolf, there's an eagle, and there's a salmon, and there's 2 canoes. That's who we are as Coast Salish peoples of these lands. A lot of our work in the 79 calls to action, or the strategy, but then the action plan are tied to those elements. I often look back at the seats and I see some empty seats, but to us, they're not empty. Our ancestors are there as well, guiding us in the work that we do collectively with the MST in Vancouver. So with that, I'm going to sing our nature song, and we're going to continue on with our presentation, and really just to honor all the work that we have done as an intergovernmental table. Oh,
Smoiget, Samgiget, Sagadam Hanana, Lagagiget, Adana Gotsap, Vilhamna, Dewayu, Gispagwadam, Kitwilgiots, Didzabu, Lakwalams, Dewalt Watku, Simshan Nu, Luam Godu, Amasai Gatwin. Good morning. I address the chiefs, the matriarchs, the people held in high esteem, and all of the people of the community. My traditional name is Bilhamna, and I come from the Blackfish clan, from the Gitwilgiots tribe, from the community of Lakwalams, and I am Simshan. My heart is happy to be with all of you today. I'd like to acknowledge the Musqueam Indian Band, the Squamish Nation, and the Tsleil-Waututh Nation for their leadership, their generosity, and their teachings, and their trust in the city and myself for doing this work with us. Today is a historic day. We have a presentation for you today, and I just want to acknowledge, slide 3. It's not coming up. I'll speak while it's coming up. I'm here today together with our partners and our family from Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh, seeking Council's endorsement to the City of Vancouver's UNDRIP Action Plan. We presented to Council in October of 2022 and received endorsement of the city's UNDRIP strategy, which laid out the 79 actions that the city could take to utilize the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People as a framework for reconciliation. We now have an action plan that gives city staff a roadmap to deliver on some of these actions contained in the strategy. Both the strategy and the action plan have been 100% co-developed with Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh. Together, we did what no other municipal government has done. Getting to an action plan required the city to take both leadership initiative in this area and also to open up the colonial box and trust in a process with the local nations with so many unknowns, because no one has done this work before. We needed to trust each other and trust in the outcome that would lead to a better place for the people who make Vancouver their home, and especially Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh. And we've accomplished that. During this process, the city put Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh priorities ahead of ours and listened, learned, and applied that knowledge into the action plan. The process took commitment, effective communication, trust, and the perseverance of the many generations of Indigenous people who came before us and advocated for this work to be done. We have an action plan with deliverables that we can measure our collective success and our journey together, and weaves the unique history of Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh into the fabric of the city and ensures their ongoing participation in city planning. At the June 3rd celebration ceremony, the City of Vancouver was added to the MST family in this work that we are doing together. That is an honor, and it requires commitment and responsibility to fulfill our role as part of that family and to move this action plan forward. We will continue to build upon our trust, our commitment, and perseverance to paddle this journey together. I am honored to lead this work for the city to support, encourage, and adjust when necessary as we move forward together on this new path. I have an amazing team working with me, and I'd like to acknowledge everyone from the city, from Musqueam and Squamish, who participated and contributed to this historic work. This work is transformational and moves beyond the land acknowledgements and performances. It's actually acknowledging and respecting that those songs and the performances we hear and see are communicating the laws and the history of the people who have been on this land since time immemorial. We are creating a pathway for actionable change, and we are decolonizing the city's processes and incorporating Indigenous ways of being and ensuring the voices of Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh are heard and respected. Some people won't like what we're doing because they don't understand it. With any change, there is always fear and a knowledge gap that needs to be closed. This is the city's opportunity to be part of that change. On the 10th year of being a city of reconciliation, to begin to close that gap together with Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh. Even with this partnership, there will be some people who think they are losing something or that something is being taken away from them if governments begin to recognize the rights of Indigenous people under Section 35 of the Constitution and now UNDRIP. I challenge those people to let go of those biases and false narratives and beliefs and join us on this journey of reconciliation with the original owners of this land. Today, you will hear 4 governments speak on the importance of this work and our journey of the development of this action plan that we are presenting to you today. The agenda is as follows. It's not coming up. We will look at the council recommendations, give some background to the city's UNDRIP strategy, talk about co-developing the action plan, give an overview of the action plan, and some moving forward in a good way and the key next steps. The recommendations that we are presenting to you today is that council endorse the UNDRIP action plan and direct staff to begin implementation of the UNDRIP action plan deliverables over the next 5 years and report back on the progress with an annual public report to council and a midpoint public update. That council direct staff to report back for council decision where implementation of an UNDRIP action plan deliverable would have legal implications for the city. That council direct staff to integrate the financial and resource requirements for the implementation of the 2024 to 2028 UNDRIP action plan into the city's annual budgeting process for council decision. That council direct staff to continue the intergovernmental process for carrying out this next phase of the work to facilitate Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh's review and shared work plans, work prioritization, and ongoing engagement. And finally, that council refer the City of Vancouver's UNDRIP action plan to the Board of Parks and Recreation, Vancouver Police Board, Vancouver Public Library Board, and Vancouver School Board, and encourage them to adopt the action plan and collaborate on the co-implementation of relevant actions within. I'd like to call up Wade Grant to present the next piece.
Mahajka, Michelle, I want to start off by raising my hands to the city of Vancouver, in particular, the city, I was going to say chief and council, the mayor and council that's sitting here before me. I cannot express the profound gratitude I had on June 3rd when I stood as the speaker for you as we announced the action plan, and seeing all of you there to ensure that there was a united understanding. We've come a long way in 15 years where the city, we didn't even have those three flags sitting behind you, Mayor, and now we're talking about a United Nations Declaration Action Plan, which is going to really transform this city, not only for Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh, but for every citizen of the city of Vancouver, but most importantly for people like my children, Eli and Isla, and to also honor people like Agnes Grant and Edward Sparrow, who were my grandparents. And I want to thank you all for having me here today. So, we're looking here, and it took a total of 25 years to have the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples drafted and accepted by the United Nations. Prior to this was a much longer period of leadership and advocacy by Indigenous leaders and communities, including many in British Columbia. Actually, my stepfather, Edward John, Grand Chief Edward John, was one of the key players in drafting of the United Nations Declaration. We all know that it establishes minimum standards for the survival, dignity, and well-being of Indigenous peoples, not only in Canada, but right around the world. Unfortunately, for many, many years, Canada was notably one of the only member states initially in opposition to adopting the United Nations Declaration as an aspirational document, although Canada, fortunately, later came to accept it and adopt it into federal law. Both the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada and the inquiry into the missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls calls to action at all levels of government to implement United Nations Declaration as the framework for reconciliation. So this would include a broad spectrum of rights that apply to Indigenous peoples and individuals and collectives. And then we look towards the United Nations Declaration Rights of Indigenous People, which covers a broad range of Indigenous rights. Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh hold unique rights on their territories. These rights have never been disrespected or ignored, including those actions of the city of Vancouver over the years. This is why we're moving forward together in this journey of reconciliation. Respecting and upholding these rights is the critical framework and foundation for reconciliation. And as I said before, reconciliation is not the word I like to use because there was never a relationship before to reconcile. We're creating a new relationship based on mutual respect, recognition, and friendship that we all have here today. It is up to the City of Vancouver to uphold its commitments on the City of Reconciliation to fully implement the UN DRIP strategy and action plan, develop collaboratively with Musqueam, Squamish, Tsleil-Waututh, and importantly, the City of Vancouver. Next slide, please. Legislation and action plans to implement UN DRIP have been developed at both the federal and provincial level. The task force will work to coordinate and align with these strategies through the implementation at a city level, and the UN DRIP task force benefits from a greater ability to work in direct collaboration between Musqueam, Squamish, Tsleil-Waututh, and the City of Vancouver. And before I pass it on, I want you to know that you're creating a beacon of light, not just for Vancouver, but for the province of British Columbia and the entire country of Canada. You're blazing a trail that many other municipalities can follow suit, because there are many other municipalities who have the same relationships with First Nations over the number of years. They were too often adversarial, but now you're showing and leading the way that we can come together as 3, 4, 5 levels of government. And I raise my hands to each and every one of you and say, Heights, Abkhazia.
So the city has been on a long journey to get to this point. Council initially endorsed UNDRIP in a motion back in 2013. In 2021, the UNDRIP task force was convened and delivered a strategy through ceremony and then here as well in 2022. And the task force reconvened in 2023 to develop this first 5-year action plan that's before council today. This June, we're celebrating not only the development of our first UNDRIP action plan, but the 10-year anniversary of the City of Reconciliation. And as we see up on the screen, Squamish artist Aaron Nelson Moody, also known as Splash, was selected by a panel of Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh artists to create an emblem to commemorate the 10-year anniversary of the City of Reconciliation. I encourage everyone to visit vancouver.ca to learn more about the emblem and the artist. We can also announce the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh flags will be now flown permanently at City Hall, a visible reminder of our commitments to active implementation of the Indigenous rights through the implementation of the UNDRIP strategy and action plan. The 2022 UNDRIP strategy was collaboratively developed by Musqueam, Squamish, Tsleil-Waututh, and the City of Vancouver through the initial task force process. The strategy was adopted by all 4 councils in 2022. As a framework to implement UNDRIP at the municipal level, the strategy is the first of its kind in the world. UNDRIP team members continue to hear from other municipalities across Canada interested in following our lead. And I certainly hear from colleagues in other local governments interested in learning about this co-governance process and what they could take from it in their own region. The strategy includes 79 recommended actions to implement UNDRIP under 4 major themes shared by the province's UNDRIP action plan. The 4 themes are social, cultural, and economic well-being, ending Indigenous specific racism and discrimination, self-determination and the inherent right of self-government, and title and rights of Indigenous people. The action plan before us today includes a subset of 32 of the 79 strategy recommendations. It's sequenced for the next 5 years, the first 5 years of implementation based on the foundational work required, interdependencies, efficiencies, and readiness of the partners. So a lot of work went into how we implement this, what has to happen in order for the next thing to happen, how are we working together on it. Implementation beyond those 5 years will be iterative and evolving based on the work of the first 5 years and shifting priorities and opportunities from all 4 partners. And I will pass it along to Full Salem.
Good morning, everyone. The UNDRIP strategy and as well as the UNDRIP action plan that's been developed has also taken into consideration what is often known as a distinctions-based approach. A distinctions-based approach is sort of a legal concept that has been worked on over a number of years at federal and provincial levels. But most specifically, and I think most relevant, is that recently last year, the province of British Columbia, through a guidebook, has established their policy of how to approach the UN Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People, the rights of Indigenous people, through a distinctions-based approach. So the city has adopted this distinctions-based approach developed by the province of British Columbia through the work on DRIPA with First Nations Leadership Council. A distinctions-based approach recognizes that the priorities and rights of First Nations, Métis, and Inuit are distinct in accordance with their unique and specific relationships to their respective territories and all levels of government. This approach affirms and recognizes the unique rights, laws, and jurisdiction of Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh in the unceded territory and provide clarity to staff and councils as they implement the action plan. So as an example of that, within the provincial guidebook, it references how First Nations in British Columbia have a unique relationship to their territories and as a result have unique rights related to their territories. And explicitly state, for example, that First Nations have land, water, and air rights relative to their territories. So distinctions-based means that, you know, a nation that might be, say, 200 kilometers away from Vancouver their unique rights are based within their context. And similarly for Métis and Inuit communities, just like with First Nations amongst ourselves. So that definition and that approach is something that we developed for the strategy and the action plan that is based off of the province's policy work in this regard as well. The intergovernmental table that was convened to develop the action plan picked up the work of the task force, taking as a starting point the strategy that was approved by all 4 councils in 2022. Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh in the City of Vancouver worked collaboratively to determine the 32 actions sequenced for the first 5 years action plan through a prioritization exercise, which evaluated actions on a series of factors, including strategic fit, readiness, complexity, value, or benefit. The sequence was reviewed by staff from all 4 partners at the technical and leadership level, as well as by elected officials at the intergovernmental table. All partners worked together at both the elected and staff level to clarify and develop deliverables for each sequence action. These are outlined in the action plan. This work has included hundreds of hours of direct collaboration in staff-to-staff and intergovernmental meetings. The discrepancy in staff and resources between the City of Vancouver, Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh continues to pose a challenge, which the partners address through capacity funding arrangements, flexible and ongoing engagement touchpoints, and regular strategy sessions at senior leadership levels. And just to sort of elaborate on that point a little bit more, there was a significant engagement across not just the technical leads from the 4 governments, but actually into each of the different departments across all 4 governments. So as an example, Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh are 3 First Nations governments, but even with internally ourselves, we have different sizes and capacities of our workforce or our employee size, our organizational structures, things like that. But the engagement that happened at the staff level through the 3 nations, as well as City Hall, was technical leads who were sort of the liaisons and the leads from the 4 governments, and then worked across into each of their respective governments to engage staff across a number of different departments. So it wasn't just sort of one group working in isolation. The development of the action plan involved engaging across multiple departments and many, many staff from those respective departments. For Council's awareness, as you can see from the membership above, the MSTV Intergovernmental Table is made up of elected officials from all 4 governments and provide recommendations and sets overall direction for city and nation staff developing the action plan. The Intergovernmental Table met quarterly at key milestones in the development process. And this process was about working together in a new way, alongside Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh as partners, as an intergovernmental process while still respecting the authority of each government's council. The table worked collaboratively on key items to come to each of the 4 councils for a decision. And that approach, I just want to acknowledge, is something that was very unique for where I think we are collectively at in our relationship. I made a comment this morning on CBC in response to a question about this, but just sort of echoing that many of the things that we accomplished through this process was really building off of, I think, the success that we've seen through the relationship with the City of Vancouver over a number of years. And the collaborative nature of it is building off the success of a number of major benefits that we've created by working together between the nations and the City of Vancouver. And so, you know, my comment that I've said to others is that some of what you see in the action plan isn't actually new. It's actually just formalizing and bringing together and also prioritizing a number of the initiatives or ways of working together that we've already established. And I think that that's been probably a challenge in the past, is that there's always a number of opportunities for the City of Vancouver and for the nations, but coming together to actually pick priorities is a huge next step in that, I think, the evolution of that relationship. The MSTV Intergovernmental Table, the task force was reconvened in 2023 as the Intergovernmental Table. The Intergovernmental Table worked with staff across all 4 governments to sequence the 79 actions in the UNDRIP strategy into a manageable set of actions to be started in the initial 5 years and timeframes. I'll also just, I'm reminding myself as I look at my notes that we did have a lot of discussion around this sort of terminology of using things like priorities or sequencing. And I think I'm remembering now that we actually had a long conversation of picking sequencing over priorities because we also recognize that there will be other priorities that might come up at times because the opportunities is in front of us. But in this context, we were trying to sequence it in the sense of some actions are needed to happen first before we can move on to the next actions. The sequence list of actions were grouped into 18 thematic action groups, and staff from each government began the process of developing goals and deliverables for each action and preparing the first draft action plan, which was shared with each government in December 2023. The official review process began in early 2024 and was an iterative intergovernmental process that included a review by staff from all 4 governments, external experts, the steering committee, and the intergovernmental table. In May 2024, the governments for Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh councils endorsed the action plan to be presented here today. And so, just in summary, really outlining that this process has been, as I mentioned, a very collaborative, iterative process where it has been, I think, a journey of discovery and of learning for everybody involved on how we might work together, what we need to know or understand to be able to advance certain opportunities or ideas, but also to think of this in a very realistic sense of what can we actually accomplish, what can we show as a deliverable, as an accomplishment as we implement all of these things that we want to implement. And so, really, the point I'll close my part of the presentation here is just saying that it's been a very, very inspiring time to be a part of this process and to work alongside all of the teams and all of the leadership at different levels who have helped us get to this point. And it's through that, I think, good faith, positive working relationship that we've been able to accomplish something like this that is going to benefit all residents of Vancouver through the strengthened relationship between the City of Vancouver and the 3 local First Nations. And I'll hand it over to my colleague who will now present.
As the picture before you, you can see we all stood shoulder to shoulder on June 3rd and grounded our work within ceremony. We as a family, you can tell, each of us bring a different strength. We bring a different gift, and we bring our unique voices to the table. But with that commitment to stand shoulder to shoulder, we as a group and as a family decided to have that one main focus to strengthen our unity together as Musqueam, Squamish, Tsleil-Waututh, and the City of Vancouver. Being that, we've also decided to ground our way forward in redressing, relearning, and to pick up those pieces that are embodied within the Declaration of Rights of Indigenous People, and to learn together and to make each step forward grounded in our culture, our traditions, in our ceremony. We can't get after the City of Vancouver for not knowing if we don't teach and we don't do the learning together. And with that, enriching that circle of a way forward, of bringing your gifts, your voice, and your strength to the UNDRIP. So in grounding this process of the action plan, we followed the same process that we had for the strategy plan in grounding it in our Aboriginal law, which is unique in the way of what Wannock eloquently posed at the beginning of our session of following the iterations of the land, the rhythm of the land, the language of the land, and obeying and having those obligations and tying our strengths to those. The celebration was done to uphold our law and the process and this process first, and to mark the handover of the document from those who have created it to those who will carry it forward with their support. The celebration included a formal witnessing of the work and the handover to the City of Council. Much of that iteration is following our protocol of we put our spirit, our breath of life into the words that you will read in the strategy plan. Therefore, the action plan is the way forward, and to not only give that walking energy, we kind of separate ourselves so that it can be passed on to staff and to the individuals within our nation to carry it forward. The members of the intergovernmental table from all four councillors, Mayor Sim, Chief Sparrow, Chief Thomas, and Chair Kalselam all had roles in this process. As a part of the process, staff from all partners were also held up for their work in the development of the action plan. And that's just solidifying each and every individual governmental table and recognizing that their strength has something to contribute with that one main goal and that one focus, and that's to have the action plan be carried forward. And that's all the notes I have. Thank you.
The city acknowledges that there are many urban Indigenous peoples who call Vancouver their home. And as directed by the MSTV Intergovernmental Table, the urban Indigenous engagement is a city-led process, running parallel to the intergovernmental process. And following the distinctions-based approach, the city has held a series of engagements with urban Indigenous peoples to hear about their needs, their priorities, and how they would like to be engaged moving forward. 4 key themes emerged from those engagements that will help the city direct our work on developing the engagement framework for working with the diverse population of Indigenous peoples living in the city. The 4 themes were right relations, representation, well-being, and anti-racism. And as the framework emerges, it will continue to be presented to the MSTV Intergovernmental Table, as well as the urban Indigenous peoples, to ensure that we are getting their voices correct in the process as we create it.
I'm going to provide a bit of an overview of the action plan that's before us this morning. The themes of the action plan, there are 5 themes of the action plan. The first is relationship foundations, redress, housing and land, cultural presence. 4th is stewardship and addressing environmental racism. And the 5th is communication and accountability. Within the 5 themes are 18 action groups. Each has multiple deliverables for this 2024 to 2028 time period, with a total of 88 deliverables to start within the next 5 years. I think that's incredibly exciting. They're broad. They address specifics that have come out of this huge amount of work. They range in scope and complexity, from some easy wins to some initial steps toward implementing really transformative actions. Many of those transformative actions may span more than one 5-year action plan. All of the actions within that 2024 to 2028 action plan will be started and have incremental progress, which can be tracked and reported regularly, but not all of them will be complete by 2028. And the reporting and accountability commitments are, as folks have seen in the report, notably robust, with twice annual public reporting and annual public council updates recommended, in addition to regularly updated public information platforms and public education components. I think it's notable that this plan brings many streams of ongoing and planned work under a single cohesive framework that enables more efficient and comprehensive visibility for all councils, staff teams, and the public. So a strong focus on making sure that we're communicating clearly with one another and with the public about the work that's happening and bringing the public along in the exciting work ahead. And Michelle will go into a bit more detail.
So the 5 themes in the action plan, or in the deliverables, are under, first one is under relationship foundations. And this area relates to the functional work required to coordinate and support the ongoing collaboration with Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh moving forward, and to appropriately engage the urban Indigenous community members and ensure that city staff and partners have the education and training they need to work respectfully with the nation partners. The second theme is under redress, housing, and land. These are related to the preparatory and tangible work required to fully engage the capacity of Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh to contribute to and benefit from the prosperity of the city and work towards all nation members finding healthy homes in their homelands. The next theme is cultural presence. The deliverables under this area relate to the work required to ensure that the city unmistakably reflects the reality of the ongoing Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh presence, and to encourage all residents and visitors to the city to have pride in the rich histories and vibrant cultures of Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh on these lands. The next theme is stewardship and addressing environmental racism. The deliverables under this area relate to the collaborative work required to engage Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh as full partners in the protection, restoration, and stewardship of the land, and to build an effective relationship of understanding and allyship between city work teams and Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh colleagues. The final theme is communication and accountability. The deliverables under this relate to the collaborative work required to bring the public and city partners along in understanding, dispelling misinformation, and encouraging everyone to take pride and accountability in upholding Indigenous rights. To highlight the leadership of the UNDRIP task force as a model to other jurisdictions and to work as allies to remove the barriers to full implementation of the UNDRIP action plan. Moving forward, the work that we are doing has been mentioned is transformational. It's multi-year work that prioritizes Indigenous inclusion where Indigenous participation has previously been excluded. It's building upon work that the city has already started, and it's doing things in a new way. So as I mentioned before, we're opening up that colonial box. We're working collaboratively with Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh at every step through this process. We're building stronger relationships with Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh, and the diverse population of Indigenous people who live in Vancouver. We're moving at the speed of trust. It's been acknowledged that there is a disproportion of staff at the City of Vancouver versus staff from the nations working on this together. However, we have built a strong foundation and for change, emphasizing the incremental progress and the collaborative trust building with Musqueam Indian Band, Squamish Nation, and Tsleil-Waututh Nation. It's going to require flexibility and trust. And the ability to maintain that flexibility and trust as we collaboratively build a new process together will be critical and thoughtfully, impactfully needed to move the work forward. And in saying that, sometimes the things that we talk about are going to be difficult, and sometimes we're going to need to slow down our pace, which the city isn't typically used to. But in terms of building that flexibility, building that relational trust, that is what is going to be important to maintain our relationship and to move this work forward more effectively. If endorsed today, the next steps is the continuation of the intergovernmental process. The partners have committed to continuing collaboration and communication structures, and if endorsed by council, will reconvene staff at the steering committee and action group level to ensure the implementation of the action plan remains true to our shared goals and vision. It'll include the ongoing governance. The governance structure for the implementation oversight will include continued intergovernmental collaboration with staff from the 4 governments working together, reporting collectively into an intergovernmental table of elected representatives from each government and individually to the 4 councils. For reporting, the action plan directs the city to develop multiple means for public education and engagement through implementation. This includes regular reporting to council, MST, partners, and the public to uphold public reporting events twice annually. You'll see the recommendations on screen, but I would like to invite leadership from Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh. Acknowledging Chief Jen is here, Chair Hasalem, and Wade Grant representing Musqueam to have some final remarks on the action plan.
Hi, Chika. Once again, I bring greetings from Musqueam Chief and Council. As you all know, I'm not a councillor in Musqueam anymore. 10 years ago, I stepped away, but I'm still very involved. I just want to once again thank you all for the leadership that you're showing here. It really does bring a sense of optimism to myself, to our community, especially in this time where leadership in this province some leaders in this province are talking about ripping up DRIPA at a provincial level. You're stepping forward and moving forward with UN DRIP, which allows us to go back home to our communities and say, look, we have a great partnership, we have a great relationship, we have a great friendship with every single person sitting around this table. And not only that, everybody that works in staff here, as we saw on June 3rd, tremendous amount of work that went into this will not be forgotten. It's something that's going to forge a brighter, more inclusive community, more inclusive city of Vancouver. And I raise my hands to all of you on behalf of the Musqueam Chief and Council and on behalf of, as I always say, Eli and Isla, my 2 children. Heights, Epkas, Yamnasiayo.
Good morning. I just want to take this time and thank you for giving me this time to share some words. And thank you to all our relations from Musqueam, Squamish, Tsleil-Waututh. I want to take this as a teachable moment or a lesson. You just sit in here, listen to the words, and remind all of us, Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh came together as a family to make things work for the better of our communities. And I take that really close to heart. Now we have opened that door, invited all of you to be a part of our family, to work for everybody in the city of Vancouver and around us. So the words that really stick out to me is family, trust, respect. It's okay to disagree, but never to lose focus on what we're here for, and that's for the betterment of all of our communities. So I just want to raise my hands to all of you, to everybody who's worked on all of this. I can't take credit for it. It takes a team, and we're a team, we're a family. So just remember those words. Thank you.
I wear multiple hats, so I'll be taking off my sort of co-chair of the work that's been happening and put on my chairperson on behalf of Squamish Nation Council, just to say that all 3 councils from Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh have endorsed this, including the Squamish Nation Council, and the positive feelings and the enthusiastic endorsement, that I was asked to convey on behalf of my council. It really speaks to the hope that exists, I think, within our leadership and within our community. And I can say this in the context of, each of the nations have shared territory, and we've come together to recognize our family ties and our connections and work together as 3 nations to create shared mutual benefit within that area. And we also have parts of our territories that don't overlap. And so within Squamish territory, when I first got elected, I was curious to understand, how many governments do we actually have that we share jurisdiction with or share geography with? And we did a count, and we have 18 local governments that share geography with the Squamish Nation. And that is a lot of relationships to maintain and to be engaged in. But at the same time, it requires a lot of capacity and priority setting because of the various issues or opportunities or discussions. And unfortunately, we don't have the capacity to engage with every single local government at the level that we might like. And we have to sort of pick and choose based off of where do we see the common alignment, where do we see the values alignment, where do we see the opportunities, where do we see the relationship advancing to the level that we can create meaningful impact. And I would say that, over the last couple of years, but also over the last decade, this relationship with the City of Vancouver is a very special relationship for us. We spend a significant amount of time and energy and working with the City of Vancouver more than we do with many of the other municipalities. And it might be, some people might think that's because obviously the City of Vancouver is the largest of the municipalities, but I think it's also more so than that. It's the fact that the goodwill and the feeling and the intention is truly appreciated and understood, and that it has always been this very collaborative relationship, and it's always been this very positive relationship over the last, say, 15 years in this particular way. And so I think for our council, we're just very proud of what we've accomplished together. And, I think in the context that we're operating in today, the work that has happened with recognizing the rights of Indigenous peoples, which are best understood as the minimum human rights standards for Indigenous people, there's been a lot of progress. And at the same time, I do think and I do believe that it is important for us as leadership, First Nations leadership, all leadership, to continue to help educate and inform and bring the rest of the public along with these ideas and these concepts to assuage any fear or concern that this is that the things that we are doing together, the progress that we are working on together, the shared mutual benefit that we are creating is in any way going to take anything away from anybody, but just create a net benefit for the rest of our communities. And I think, my main message to the world and to our country and to our province and to our city is that there will always be more that we can accomplish together by working together than on our own. And there's so many things, so many opportunities that are coming to our great city. And I think what makes Vancouver one of the greatest cities in the world is the relationship it has with Indigenous peoples. There's no other city in Canada that I think can say the same about their city the way that Vancouver can say about its relationship with Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh. And I think that this action plan is a testament to that relationship. And so I just thank each and every one of you, and I echo my colleagues, all of the council members who have been a part of this, all of the staff who have been a part of this, all of the advisors and the contributors, everybody who has contributed to this really owes my personal gratitude for the dedication that they've had to bring us to this point. And I'm eternally grateful for each and every one of you who have been a part of this. And I thank you and just say, Tamat Kwetsi Kuya and Snate Shum Nesh West Tamat Tight. Those are my words, and I just sometimes translating my language is hard. It's a common phrase in my language, but it sort of captures this feeling of this is the way things are to be done in a positive way. So just raising my hands to each and every one of you. Thank you.
Thank you. So council, the recommendations are before you.
Thank you very much, everyone. So question queue, we have Councillor Carr.
Yeah, thank you. Recognizes that this is a question queue. So I guess clearly in the recommendations, there is one recommendation that speaks to the budget, and that there will be ongoing budgeting to continue this work. I have two questions related to that. One, will that mean that the staff team stays together? Will it change? Will it reduce? Will it increase? I mean, what is your sort of prognostication around that?
Yeah, so right now, the staff from each of the four governments are working on a scoping exercise to determine what it's going to take to deliver or start the deliverables in the action plan. And part of that process is City of Vancouver staff determining the budget. However, a number of the departments have already talked about the ebbs and flows of the work that occurs within the departments, and that the majority of the work for the deliverables in the action plan will be in the existing budget. There will be an increase in capacity funding, as there are 88 deliverables, and we are conducting work in a new way with the nations, and we are understanding the capacity needs, the discrepancies, and we need to account for that.
That makes sense. Do you anticipate that the intergovernmental panel, the UNDRIP intergovernmental panel, to which I was honored to have been appointed for the last term and this term, will continue or not?
It will continue, yes.
Oh, yay. Okay, that's good. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Clausen.
Thank you, Chair. And a very brief question. Part of this process in these in these last several months, but in the report, it does describe some of the capacity and the discrepancy between the three local nations and the city. Then it goes on to sort of saying how to address the discrepancy will require thoughtful measures. It doesn't describe what those are, and I thought maybe you might be able to elaborate a little bit on what those thoughtful measures might be.
The thoughtful measures are acknowledging the capacity differences between Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh, and acknowledging the city's responsibility to ensure that we are providing sufficient capacity funding for Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh to participate effectively with us through this process. We've started this journey together. However, it's not for the City of Vancouver to determine how each of the nations will determine how or what capacity needs they have. That's for them to tell us what those are.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification.
Great. Thank you very much. Councillor Carr.
Yeah, actually, I do have an additional question. Thanks, Chair. And that is, do you anticipate us developing plans to bring the public along and other sort of significant stakeholders within the city that, just bring them along in an understanding? It's taken a long time, many years of intergovernmental work to get to this point, but what of the rest of the public?
Absolutely. So part of Action Group 3 is both for training internally and training externally in terms of how we will educate the public to close those knowledge gaps that currently exist that relate to the stereotypes and biases towards Indigenous people that we have today, and working closely with Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh to develop those programs and develop those messaging so that the public can understand the process that we're on and the journey that we're on. And part of the strategy and the action plan provide for annual council presentation to report on our progress, but also in between our council meeting or council reports, also a public engagement in terms of gaining feedback from the public, but also reporting and answering questions on how we're doing. So this action plan and our work together will be entirely transparent and accountable.
Great. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Joe.
Yeah, I just have a very quick question. So I think in terms of the reconciliation and actions plan, City of Vancouver is ahead of other municipality. And some other municipality, they still don't have a land acknowledgement. So my question is, through this well-documented plan, what is our strategy to work with other municipalities, make sure they learn from us, and we can, because this is a long journey, collective long journey. How can we make sure we bring other municipalities on board for this? We can work together on that.
Yeah, so my team and I have been working with other municipalities as they reach out to us and to talk about the journey that we've had with Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh, and to really emphasize the relationship building, because part of what needs to be understood is that there was a long journey between Vancouver and Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh before even the strategy happened. So acknowledging the work that was done and the relationships that were built previous to that is something that we message to other municipalities, is to ensure that relationship is there, because you can't just jump into something as significant as this if you haven't built a relationship. So the team and I are committed to work with other municipalities as they reach out to share our journey and our lessons learned.
Good, thanks. Good to know that. Yeah, thanks.
Councillor Carr, you again.
I know. Mayor, I recognize that Councillor Boyle is not sitting at the table to be able to move the recommendation, so I'd be happy to move the recommendation.
We do
Oh,
have
we have speakers. Oh, fantastic. Then you will be at the table.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, seeing no one else on the queue, thank you, Michelle. We'll now hear from registered speakers on this report. Public speakers should state whether they are in support or in opposition of the recommendations and may only speak once. I will also ask speakers if they're residents of Vancouver and if it's not noted on the speakers list. So our first speaker is Robin Devender. Robin.
Hi, do you feel like reading the organization I'm from or no? Your choice.
Sorry, say that
Do you feel like because I registered representing an organization, right? On the little form there, is it there?
Yes,
Do you want to read it or no? Up to you.
No, I think everyone knows who you are.
Well, everybody hasn't met me before, so if you don't want to read it, that's fine, but it's customary that you read the organization people are representing.
Sure. That's not necessarily the case, but I will read it. Administrator, Standing Water Nation.
Thank you. Thank you. So I'm one of the Standing Water people. We're a mobile Indigenous people or nomadic people. And this is our response to the City of Vancouver UNDRIP Action Plan. That's a view of some of the territory that we live in, which is pertinent to the light in which all of our ancestors have lived in for, well, we don't really have a calendar or sense of time. That's another issue. So we've lived in the same place forever, which we hold to be the light. Next slide, please. Could I have the, oh, there we go. So our view is that collective juridical personality can't be a brand of Canada's positive law. And basically, the way UNDRIP has been implemented in DRIPA is that in UNDRIP, you have the phrase Indigenous peoples of the world. And then in DRIPA and both the Canadian positive or domestic law, you have the phrase Indigenous peoples of Canada, which suggests that there is a certain positive framework of Canadian law for determining who has juridical personality, with a fancy Latin type word for basically collective rights and duties, because it's also about duties, not just about rights. So our interpretation of UNDRIP is that we have international juridical personality, and whether the city or province or Canada or other nations acknowledge this, that's up to them, because every people will have their own framework for how they acknowledge other collective entities. You know, in some sense, collectives are not natural, like we're all individual humans. That seems quite, how do you get around that? But collective personality is a different animal. And so how we determine which collective personalities we acknowledge is a very difficult question. And to just say, well, it says this in the Canadian Constitution, well, like why would we have to acknowledge Canada if it doesn't acknowledge us? Or why would we have to acknowledge the province if it doesn't acknowledge us, or the city? Obviously, we would have to respect everybody as a human being with human rights, but collective identities tend to be how entities get the right to govern others or make exclusive claims of jurisdiction over lands, air, and water. And I wanted to, next slide, please. So, yeah, good. So we live in the light, and we don't really feel any attachment to a permanent homeland. We live in the same light that all of our ancestors have lived in forever. In our oral tradition, it's more important where you are than where you're from. And so one of the things about saying we don't have any rights in the land here, well, as we've lived on this planet or in this space or whatever we call it, unfortunately, people die. And we have certain funeral rites, as most human peoples do, associated with disposing of the corpse and then either burying it or, cremating it or something. So to say we have no land rights would basically be saying we have no right to our customary funeral practices. And next slide, please. And so it's just that if that's the case, then we have a very serious problem with a discriminatory implementation of these collective rights that don't acknowledge our right to cremate and bury our dead, and also to make really necessary use of waters and so forth. Like, I don't feel I'm in any unceded territory. I don't feel, and we don't feel, we need any permission to exist. We're in the same light all of our ancestors lived in, and how we all get along is another thing. Whenever anyone tries to tell you that you have to obey them, that's an act of war until you make a treaty to decide how things go. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, that is the end of our speakers list. Thank you very much for coming in and speaking with council. Would someone like to move a motion? Great. Moved by Councillor Joe, seconded by Councillor Klassen. Is there any discussion? Councillor Kirby-Young.
Oh, sorry, I didn't realize I was on there
Nope.
already, but
Okay.
I will
Do you want
kick
me
this
to take
off.
you off for it?
No, that's great. Thank you. I want to very simply just express gratitude this morning for the work. And I think Hilseli mentioned that there has been many that have gone before in terms of beginning to set the foundation and the path and building the relationship and the connection in the family, as Chief Thomas identified. And so it is a very humbling experience to have the opportunity to be part of this work. I was not on the UNDRIP task force last term, which is my first time on council, and I was this one. And I think it was a real privilege to be able to be that close to the perspective and the work. I continue to learn a lot, and I continue to feel honored and humbled to have that opportunity to do that. When we gathered, it was a couple of weeks ago now, time's a bit foggy, but I think it was just recently. It was a Monday morning, and it was a really great way to spend the time in terms of being invited to not just witness, but participate in ceremony and be part of the family. And that is something that I think imprints on you, that you just remember and take away the feeling of being a really small part, kind of like a grain of sand, right, on the beach, is that you recognize that we're all pretty small in the larger endeavor that we're all working to move forward. And I've really appreciated that long-term view. I think it's something that we can take away, not just the work with UNDRIP, but the work that we do collectively around the type of city that we're building, that sometimes we're guided by not what are the good decisions for this moment and for today, but for future generations. I used to work in an organization where I worked with a person who gave me a shot and hired me, and they used to call it cathedral thinking. If you think of cathedrals over the world, they typically span 2 or 3 generations, right? Where you might have children and parents and grandchildren who had all worked on the same cathedral and often may not expect to see something completed in their lifetime. But they had a vision for what they wanted it to look like. But I'm also buoyed up by the fact that I think that we have seen some really positive, tangible outcomes. As was referenced, the Olympics, working together now on a lot of different events, more visibility on the land. I think one thing that I think is incumbent on anybody associated with this work and all of council is setting the tone for the conversations. I think it was Michelle who kicked us off and said that some people might see that something is being taken away from them. And I would say sometimes that's true because people are afraid of what they don't know. I would frame it differently and say I think it's something that we are all gaining through this process. But I also think it's incumbent on all of us to create the right environment and space for people to be able to ask questions, for them to have curiosity, for us to bring this work out into the public. I think that's really important to build understanding and engagement. And sometimes there is a bit of shifting in terms of work that might have happened previously where cultural practices didn't necessarily daylight some of that. But I think sometimes, and I think that's important to honor those. I also think it's important to recognize that when we don't bring it out, people have questions. It's like racism. If you don't call it out, it festers. And on the other hand, if you show positive, strong relationships, then I think everybody wins and everybody gains on that. So I know that there, we could say, well, a lot of things like we're the first country, I think Hill Salem said it on CBC this morning, I was listening. First country, first city in Canada to formally adopt with this sort of level of actually having a strategy, not just a commitment to UNDRIP, but actually sort of digging in and doing the work. And those things are all noteworthy. But I think what's really noteworthy is recognizing the rich history of MST on our lands and how much we have to learn by working together and how much we can accomplish together. And I'm just very grateful for the chance to be the small grain of sand on the beach as part of it. And I'm looking forward to the work that we do moving forward together. So, Maichka, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Joe.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I think as we are moving to the milestone of the 10 years anniversary of City of Reconciliation, I believe it's very important, also very significant for us to pass this report unanimously today. Talking about reconciliation, I'm always feeling emotional because as a Chinese Canadian, when my ancestor arrived here to your land, when they faced discrimination by colonizers, it was our indigenous community, it was you help them. So for that, I'm forever grateful. And this part of history, I think a lot of Chinese people, they are not very familiar. So that's what I've been doing in many years to educate our immigrant community about this history, so they remember what happened in the past. So I think today we stand at a very pivotal moment in our city's history, a moment defined by our commitment to reconciliation, to the acknowledgement of our collective responsibility. As we consider endorsing the cities of Vancouver's UNDRIP action plan, I want to reflect on the profound significance of this endeavor. Reconciliation is not a mere aspiration. It's an imperative that calls for our unwavering dedication and action. The Musqueam, Squamish, and the Tsleil-Waututh Nation, along with other indigenous people who call this land home, have suffered centuries of injustice, displacement, and systemic discrimination. This action plan is our response to their enduring resilience and strength. It is our commitment to the right of wrongs of the past to pave the way for a more just and equitable future. Knowing what happened to our indigenous community in the history, this action plan is the least we can do for you. The UNDRIP action plan is not just a document, it's a roadmap to genuine partnership and shared prosperity. It embodies our promise to uphold the rights of indigenous people. This plan, crafted in collaboration with our local indigenous community, is a testament to our dedication to doing more than acknowledging past wrongs. We are taking concrete steps to address them. This is a debt we owe. This is a debt Canada owes. It's a debt of respect, recognition, and restitution. The journey towards reconciliation is long and complex, but with this plan, we are taking meaningful strides towards healing and unity. We must remember that reconciliation is not a destination, but is a continuous process of learning, engagement, and transformation. As mentioned before in the presentation, reconciliation should be moved at the speed of trust, which is exactly this plan reflects exactly that. So endorsing this plan, we are committing to a future where the histories, cultures, and the rights of Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh Nation are not only recognized, but also celebrated and integrated into the fabric of our city. We are committing to actions that ensure housing, cultural preservation, environmental stewardship, and eradication of systemic inequities. Let us not forget that reconciliation benefits all of us. It enriches our communities, strengthens our social fabric, and lays the foundation for a more inclusive and compassionate society. By supporting this plan, we are making a statement that Vancouver is a city that values justice, respects its indigenous heritage, and is prepared to lead by example. So in closing, I want to express my deepest gratitude to the members of UNDRIP Task Force, especially to Michelle, who has been leading this work from City of Vancouver. Also want to appreciate the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh Nation, and all those who have contributed to the creation of this action plan. Your voices and perspectives has been invaluable, and your partnership is essential as we move forward. So let's endorse this plan with the full recognition of its importance and with the commitment to see it through. This is our chance to honor our past, act in the present, and build a future rooted in reconciliation, equity, and respect. So with that, I'm going to 100% support this plan. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Councillor Joe. And seeing the look I got, I think it'd be great if someone passed the motion. Right, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Kirby-Young. All in favor say aye. All opposed say nay. Sorry, we are extending to complete just this item. Great, awesome. So, we're good? Thank you. Councillor Claassen, you have the floor.
Thanks very much, Mayor, and I'll speak a little bit from the heart, as Mayor Sim is often wont to do. I want to just acknowledge the fact that the drive towards making Vancouver a city of reconciliation was established by Mayor Gregor Robertson and his council of the day a decade ago, and I extend my appreciation to those people and the work that they did and the staff to try and bring us to this place right now. I was born at Vancouver General Hospital. I think it was the Heather Pavilion. It's about a 2-block walk from here. Many decades ago, I don't have to sort of share my age all the time, but I have benefited from being raised in a city that has had clean air, clean water, land for which to grow on. And it was not a city during the time that I was raised here that embraced its indigeneity. Far from it. Yet here we are today with this incredible opportunity to try and move our city forward. As Wade Grant mentioned, there are threats on the horizon. We've heard provincially that there are perhaps those who don't feel the need or would set us back in this regard, but I am very glad that our city is going to continue to move forward with this full-throated support of the adoption of this action plan. It's going to be really up to this generation and future generations to continue to build upon those things and carry forward and build upon the work that has happened in creating this action plan. I really want to thank everybody who engaged in this process, whether it is members of the local nations, urban Indigenous people, and everybody that came together, and including our task force members who helped spearhead this on behalf of City Council. I really ultimately feel as though that we have to really acknowledge the work of our staff here at the city, and in particular, Michelle, who I've watched through this process in my not quite 2 years on council. And I'd like to express incredible appreciation for her work, the work of her staff and team, all over our city, and everybody to be a part of this incredibly important process. And as Councillor Kirby-Young said, we are the grain of sand, the very small part of this effort, but I am extraordinarily proud to be a part of that and will be wholeheartedly endorsing and supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I also really want to recognize the huge amount of work that has gotten to this point, and the creativity and the collaboration, the sometimes long meetings, and not always smooth and easy conversations, but a real shared commitment to an understanding that we can do more together, working together, and continuing to show up to that table from MST elected leaders, MST staff, and City of Vancouver staff. And similarly, want to recognize, I found it so moving at the ceremony that we had at the convention center to see how many staff from across the city were there, who recognized the overlap between this work and the work that the city is doing in every department, and then also to see the incredible team of leaders who are working on UNDRIP and Indigenous intergovernmental relations specifically. We are so lucky to have you all here at the city, helping lead this work, guide this work, working alongside the nation. So thank you for all of that. As has been said many times, this is a historic day. It doesn't happen out of nowhere. It builds on the leaders that came before us, and it is part of the legacy that we leave. And it has been an incredible honor to co-chair this work and be at that table. I remember, however many years ago, drafting a motion with Salem to ask the city to form a task force and begin working on implementing UNDRIP, and feel really grateful for where it's gotten to and everyone pulling together to make that happen. So a real honor to have been part of so far, and I look forward to seeing where it goes. Thanks.
Great. Thank you very much. Councillor Meisner.
Yeah, thanks very much, Mayor. I'd like to also thank all the representatives of the host nations who came to speak today about all of the work and effort that's gone into the development of this action plan. I recognize that it's truly been a collaborative process, and I really believe that the city and all Vancouverites will be better off as a result of this work. I'd also like to thank everyone who was involved in the UNDRIP working group, our council representatives and co-chair, MST elected leaders and staff, and city staff who I know worked very, very hard for many years on this. This is an important step on our reconciliation journey as a city, particularly during this important month, the 10th anniversary as Vancouver as a city of reconciliation. I have an open mind and heart about this journey that we're on and what's to come, and I look forward to seeing how our collective action plan progresses and how we can continue to learn from each other and work together to make everyone's lives better. And I look forward to voting in favor of this action plan today. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Carr.
Yeah, like others, I'd like to start by really recognizing and thanking the work of staff in the city, Armin, Michelle's wonderful team, plus the staff at Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh, because it was a journey of collaboration. So I just want to recognize the time, the effort that was taken up by so many people to make this work. And there was also political leadership. I was blessed to be on this task force from the beginning. So representatives of the city of Vancouver, Musqueam, Squamish, Tsleil-Waututh, together we worked, and there were some pretty interesting moments during that whole process of, really having to listen. Just hear the importance of certain things and the stories, the priorities, the frustrations, the needs. It was an incredible journey that I feel very, very lucky to have been a part of. It's I guess, really an incredible process to think that Vancouver has become the first city in the world to actually develop an action plan to implement the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. That is something we should all be very proud of. And the work is just beginning. So the work we've gone through is setting the ground level. To me, I can see the progress. I was lucky enough to be on council under or with Mayor Gregor Robertson in chair, and I just want to acknowledge his leadership, and also of former councillor Andrea Reimer, who really put a huge amount of effort into the very first steps that we took. I think the first thing was declaring a day of reconciliation for the first big walk for reconciliation, and then became a year of reconciliation, and then a city of reconciliation. So there's been a progression over time as we've become, I think, more comfortable, more understanding, and more willing to embrace the real partnership that is what this is all about. I really love that phrase, moving forward at the speed of trust, because that has been what we've been doing, is building trust. And I'm looking forward to extending that trust into everyone who lives, works, and plays in the city. Just thank you all for your participation. I'm very happy to see the words of fellow councillors in full support of the implementation of this action plan.
Thank you very much. Do I need to cede the chair? Yeah. Thank you very much. I'm going to keep my thank yous very brief because the thank yous have been said about 9 times and we're in between you and lunch. But thank you to everyone who's worked on this. It's a heavy lift, but I know one that we're all proud to be on, so it doesn't feel like work. It is a lot though. And I want to thank Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh for your friendship and you know, allowing us to be on this journey. And what a heck of a journey it is, I tell you. And I say this respectfully. You know, I think of, you know, Eli and Isla's great grandkids, and they're not going to remember who you are, Wade. No offense. And it won't matter because I think of my kids' great grandkids as well. And they're going to live in an incredible world, one full of love, hope, prosperity, and kindness because of the work that everyone has done on this today. And so thank you for doing the work and thank you for including us in this incredibly noble journey, and so looking forward to see what comes out of it and then some. So thank you.
Thanks, Mayor.
Councillor Fry.
Yeah, and also we'll keep it brief because it has been a long morning, and definitely want to thank everybody who's put in all the work on this, especially Michelle and Lindsay and the team, and the 2 co-chairs. I want to name Councillor Boyle, Kilsalem, for your leadership in pulling this all together. If I was to use the metaphor of a road, it's certainly been a rocky one, ups and downs. There's moments where it may have felt like it could have gone off the road, but here we are today, and in fact, it is the road. There's still quite a ways to go, and this is a great moment. And of course, June 3rd was a great moment, but there is a lot of work to be done still. And I think, Wade, when you mentioned the other levels of government and the kind of stuff that's going on out there, we know that this is not. There's a lot of work ahead, and you know, I can say from some of my work at the UBCM table, I know that there's a lot of colleagues from around British Columbia even who are looking to us for guidance and help, and I hope that we can share some of this experience moving forward so that other local governments can embark on this same journey with their respective local nations and find the way forward to really bring meaning to this, because we know that the real work is ahead, where we have to also work with the larger public and help them understand what this means. And I also want to name, just as a longtime resident of the downtown east side, there is a tremendous amount of work we need to do with our friends and family in the urban Indigenous population that are, many of whom are struggling deeply. And we know this, and I'm glad that this work is ongoing and will include all people, and in recognizing you know, UNDRIP and our collective responsibility and our opportunity ahead. And I just raise my hands and I thank everybody for the work that's gone into this, and I look forward to the work ahead.
Thank you very much. Seeing no one else in the queue, we will bring it now to a vote. Wonder how this one's going to turn out.
Mayor, if I could please get a vote assist in favor.
Yep. Great. Is Councillor Dominato online right now? No. Okay. Okay. Well, the motion passes unanimously. Right. Awesome. Yeah. And so now to close the item, sorry, Michelle.
We'd just like to call on Councillor Wanick to close us.
Let's do a photo.
Oh, yeah, of course.
You're gonna get a bunch of these now.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Perfect.
Amazing. Thank
you.
you.
Item number 2, Housing Vancouver 10-year housing targets, 2024 to 2033, and 3-year housing action plan, 2024 to 2026. Does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest on this item? No? Okay, this item has a presentation, and we have team members here to present. 50 slides. It's gonna be awesome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. My name is Dan Garrison. We are here today to present and seek approval for updated Housing Vancouver 10-year targets and associated 3-year Housing Vancouver action plan. The proposed targets are higher than previous targets. They're ambitious, but we believe achievable. Achieving the targets will require concerted effort. It will require changes to city policies, plans, and processes. And these changes and initiatives are outlined in the 3-year action plan that's also before you today. The city will not be able to achieve these targets on our own. This work will also require increased collaboration and investment from partners, particularly senior governments. But these targets and plans will set the course for the city's response to the housing crisis and address new provincial legislative requirements, so they are important. As Mayor Sim mentioned, we do have a presentation. Edna Cho, our Senior Policy Planner, will now walk you through the proposed targets and action plan. Her presentation should take about 25 minutes, and staff are available following that. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm Edna Cho, Senior Planner, Housing Policy in Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability. In this presentation, I'll go over some background, the updated 10-year housing targets, and highlights of the new 3-year housing action plan. There are 3 recommendations in this report. Recommendation A is to approve the updated Housing Vancouver 10-year targets. Recommendation B is to approve the Housing Vancouver 3-year action plan. And recommendation C is seeking approval of the rental housing on city land public benefits pilot rezoning policy to immediately advance the delivery of middle-income housing on city land. So starting with some background, there's been lots of new legislation on housing coming from the province, and this is one piece of that. The new Housing Supply Act gives the province authority to set municipal targets, and Vancouver was one of the first 10 municipalities to receive a target order in September of last year. And as a result, Council instructed staff to update the Housing Vancouver targets to incorporate the new provincial targets and to create an accompanying 3-year action plan to deliver on them. The city's refreshed targets and 3-year action plan form one of the many implementation actions currently underway that will advance the Vancouver plan, our overall long-range strategy that guides growth in the city. So why do we do targets? Vancouver's had housing targets for over 15 years now. Our last update was in 2017 with the Housing Vancouver strategy. We find them to be a useful tool that helps internally align the bureaucracy, gives clear direction to the market and stakeholders, and supports the development of housing policies based on clear metrics. Our updated housing targets are based on a combination of the learnings and successes from the 2017 Housing Vancouver targets, as well as incorporating the methodology of the new provincial housing targets order. And both of these approaches are supported by updated census data, BC Stats population projections, and CMHC data. So the current 2017 Housing Vancouver targets were based on a policy goal to retain the income diversity of the city and shift towards the right supply. The methodology was primarily done through a pipeline analysis of how many condos we had in the system, and then increasing the rental number significantly to prioritize delivery of rental and social. The unit of housing measurement is approvals over a 10-year period. As for learnings, over the last 7 years, the city has surpassed its annual housing target and successfully shifted new supply to rental, as illustrated in this chart. So the blue is rental approvals, and you can see the share increasing steadily since 2014. We've also exceeded our targets for family housing. However, where we've consistently encountered challenges is in meeting targets aimed at households earning less than 80K, demonstrating that while the city can meaningfully increase new supply, achieving deeper levels of affordability requires significantly more investment from senior governments. This slide shows the impact of the city's policies and effort to increase rental over the last decade. And you can see here that if all the rental projects currently approved or under construction completes over the next 6 years, we will have more rental completed this decade than in any other decade that we have data on. Next, we have the provincial housing targets. The methodology is based on conducting a housing needs estimate for Vancouver, which includes adding up unmet need plus anticipated need from growth. Their target is set at meeting 75% of the housing need, which works out to be almost 29,000 net new completions over 5 years. The province further broke down the overall number by tenure, unit mix, and affordability using census data, which I'll talk more about later. So that brings us to our refresh targets, where we combine the two methodologies of utilizing the standardized housing needs assessment approach from the province, as well as the Housing Vancouver approach, which incorporates policy goals to shift towards rental housing, backed up with detailed development capacity and financial analysis to ensure targets are achievable. The new target aims for 83,000 net new units approved over 10 years, and the next few slides will go through the specific details of how we arrived at the new target. Okay, so we start with the housing needs assessment, which generally follows the province's approach, but uses Vancouver-specific data. First, we look at the existing unmet need using census data. So there are roughly 79,000 households living in housing that is unaffordable, unsuitable, and are inadequate. Next, we add in the number of homeless, so that's 2,500 individuals based on the last homeless count. Then we add in the 6,500 SRO residents who are living in buildings that are in dire need of repair or replacement. Next are two indicators that capture a housing need that is not clearly identified in the census. This includes the suppressed household formation, which is the number of additional households we would have now if households formed at the same rate they did in the past when housing was more affordable, as well as a vacancy adjustment of the additional rental units needed to reach a 3% vacancy rate for a total of 11,900 households. And finally, we include the anticipated future need, which is a projection of 67,000 new households over the next 10 years. For this, we use two sources of data: our development pipeline, which contains projects that are in application and should deliver in the next few years, and combine this with the province's population projection for Vancouver based on BC Stats projections, which include the most recent immigration numbers. So this brings us to a total of 167,000 households in Vancouver with housing needs. However, we know that housing needs are not targets. There are many factors to consider when translating wide-ranging needs to targets. There are a number of ways to meet needs, not only through new construction, such as through rent supplements, which can help deepen affordability, vacancies that are created in the existing stock. We also know that incomes are generally rising, which means that an unaffordable unit will become more affordable over time. We also need to consider council priorities and our targets, as well as what's actually feasible by looking at our development capacity over the next 10 years. So with all that in mind, this is how we translated our needs assessment into targets. First, in following the province's approach, our targets are counting net new units only. So we will be tackling SRO replacement in a separate work stream with separate targets. For renter households falling under standards of affordability, suitability, and adequacy, we assume a portion could be helped through other means than new construction. But renter households identified an extreme core need, so that's paying more than 50% of their income on housing, will likely require new housing. Next, we distribute the need into 10 and 20-year time horizons following the provincial approach. Since it's not realistic to meet all the housing need that was created over many decades in the next 10 years. So that brings us to our new Housing Vancouver target of 83,000 units over 10 years, which we further broke down into 10-year housing types and forms and bedroom mix. So starting with rental, the new target is proposing 1,500 units of supportive housing. This is based on an estimate of the share of the homeless population that requires supports. This is a decrease from the previous 10-year target of 4,000 units, which included a portion of SRO replacement that will be addressed separately, but reflects actual delivery of supportive housing over the last 7 years and aligns with the full need number issued by the province. The target proposes 8,500 units of social and co-op housing. This responds to the housing needs of renters in extreme core housing need and persons experiencing homelessness who don't need wraparound supports. This also includes about 2,500 co-op units to maintain the share of non-market co-ops in the city. The target also includes 5,500 units of below-market rental to be delivered by the private market. That's an increase of 38% from our previous target. The target includes 30,000 new purpose-built market rental units, an 87% increase from previous targets, as well as 4,000 units of laneway houses, which is the same as our previous target. So overall, 3/4 of new homes will serve renters in both primary and secondary rental, which is in line with new household formation trends for rental and also with the provincial target order. Turning to ownership, the new targets include 26,500 units of strata condos. There's also a 7,000 unit target for low density options, such as townhouses, multiplexes, coach houses, and duplexes, which is a 17% increase from previous targets. In addition, over 15,000 units will be at below market rates. And finally, across the housing continuum, we're targeting at least 40% of new homes to have 2 or more bedrooms. So before we leave this section, want to just note that we didn't break these overall targets down further by demographic groups here, such as for important groups like seniors or students. That more detailed work will be coming later as part of our demographic-specific housing studies, which I'll touch on later in this presentation. So do we have capacity to meet this new target? Over the last 5 years, we've averaged about 8,000 units of approvals per year, so we know it's possible. It is higher than our previous 2017 target to reflect increased need, but with significant effort, we think that we'll be able to meet these targets. There are lots of projects in our development pipeline, as well as many implementation actions to increase approvals highlighted in our 3-year action plan. The next few slides compare our updated Housing Vancouver targets with the provincial targets and highlight the implications. Overall, both sets of targets align in terms of intent, but there are a couple of key differences. The first is the time frame. The provincial targets are issued on a 5-year basis. We propose to continue using a 10-year time frame to align with our 10-year capital planning cycle. The second major difference is in the unit of measurement. Although the provincial target measures completions, staff recommend continuing to use approvals for our targets, as this is a measure that municipalities have the most control over. After permitting, the timing for construction and completion is primarily dependent on factors beyond the city's control, including capacity of the construction sector, inflationary pressure, and access to funding and financing. However, the difference in these metrics requires the city to account for the time projects take after approval to move to construction, as well as for projects that get delayed, canceled, or resubmitted. So this means that we need our approval target to be higher than the province's completion targets. We've done the conversion, and this chart shows over the past 10 years, we've approved about 45% more units than were completed in the same time period. To compare, our new target for approvals is about 45% higher than the province's completion target over the next 5 years to account for this approvals to completions issue. So with all the projects we currently have in the pipeline, as well as higher approval targets, we have the capacity to meet the overall provincial target over the long term. In addition to the overall supply target, the province also included guidelines for tenure, affordability, and bedroom mix. We've done the analysis. We know we can meet the guidance for tenure, but we will not be able to meet the province's guidelines for 3+ bedrooms. Through financial testing and industry consultation, we know it's challenging to deliver 3-bedroom units, especially in rental, and increasing the share could jeopardize financial viability. Our new target aims for 14% of overall housing approvals to have 3 or more bedrooms, compared to 22% in the provincial targets. We also know that without additional funding from senior governments, we won't be able to deliver on the supportive housing targets or meet the province's affordability guidance of approximately 40% of the overall rental units to be affordable at rents at or below BC housing income limits. This chart shows how affordability is reflected in our new targets compared to our housing needs assessment. In the yellow column, we can see that there is a tremendous need for housing, affordable to households up to $90,000 for singles and $150,000 for families. The need is even more acute for households earning less than Hills. Our new targets, shown in blue-green on the graph, would significantly increase ownership and market rental housing options, and it includes over 15,000 units of social, supportive, and below-market rental units. This would address about 25% of the full need for moderate and low-income households. And the reason for this gap is because of how expensive it is to build social housing. This slide is an example of that. 5 to 7 years ago, a social housing project could get off the ground with a nominal land lease and low-cost loan. Today, that's no longer sufficient. Significant senior government grants are needed, especially to deliver deeper affordability. And this graph illustrates the equity gap for a basic social housing project, which is roughly $175,000 a door. To achieve more affordability, we're looking at a gap of between $275 to $500 a door. Yet senior government capital grant programs have been slow to adjust to the new economic reality, even though equity requirements have grown significantly in recent years. So for our new targets, staff are recommending over 15,000 units of social co-op, supportive and below market rental housing, which includes 8,000 units at or below Hills, and that's 13% of our total share of rental over 10 years. That alone will require $3.2 billion in equity, and bridging the shortfall to get to the 38% of rental units affordable at or below Hills, as per the provincial guidance, will require an additional $2.7 billion in partner equity over 10 years. So this means in the short term, we'll be relying more heavily on our private below-market program to deliver on housing for low to moderate incomes. You can see the increase in uptake of our below-market rental approvals since its introduction 6 years ago. We are proposing a target of 5,500 units, which is an increase of 38% from our previous 2017 targets. So big picture, will the new targets meet overall housing demand? We believe yes, the new target will create enough capacity to meet projected growth in households over the next 10 years. However, meeting deeper levels of affordability and fully addressing existing unmet housing need will require a longer time frame and significant additional investment. We also note that housing markets are regional in nature and all municipalities need to do their part. Good news though, municipalities in the region have generally been accelerating construction in recent years. You can see that the 10 municipalities with the highest housing starts in 2023, with Surrey trailing just behind Vancouver. However, Vancouver builds significantly more rental housing than the rest of the region, with almost 40% of regional rental starts in the last 5 years. While Vancouver makes up 25% of the region's population, the City of Vancouver is home to over 77% of the region's supportive housing units, over 50% of the region's social housing, and over 67% of the region's operating shelter spaces. The City of Vancouver has and continues to make significant investments and decisions to support people experiencing homelessness. And we need other communities to do significantly more as well to ensure that people without housing can find services and are welcome in their own home communities, and that coming to Vancouver where there are services is not their only option. In that regard, the provincial targets introduces a real shift towards rental housing. This chart shows the supportive housing and overall rental housing guidelines for the 5 metro municipalities who have received target orders. Almost all the municipalities received a target with a share of rental that's over 50% of new supply. That's significantly more than what they've been doing. For supportive housing, while the actual numbers are too low, the expectation is that all municipalities are now required to contribute. And as more and more municipalities get housing orders, we should be progressing towards better regional distribution of rental and affordable housing units. Okay, so let's move on to the 3-year action plan. The 3-year Housing Action Plan is shaped by the new housing targets, the Vancouver Plan, supporting new provincial legislative changes, as well as advancing council priorities, such as the permit improvement process, which is a complementary initiative that underlines all of our housing work that we're doing. The PIP's exploring transformational changes to improve permit processes and simplifying regulations to speed up housing delivery. And there will be a separate report with a fulsome update coming to council in a couple of weeks. The action plan is grouped into 7 key directions from the housing section of the Vancouver Plan. The city plays 3 main roles in housing. We invest, such as acquiring land and providing grants. We regulate through policy, zoning changes, and expediting permits. And we advocate and work with senior governments and partners. And this action plan will utilize all these city roles. So this next section doesn't go through every action, just the highlights. The first direction is to plan for existing and future housing needs. So this includes long-range planning initiatives, such as the development of Vancouver's first ODP, our targets work, as well as in-depth population-based housing strategies, such as students' housing, accessibility actions, as well as the senior housing strategy, which will take a comprehensive look at all the various needs of seniors and recommend a number of senior-specific policies and actions. Next is geographic equity and creating low and moderate and middle-income housing in all neighborhoods. So this includes our big area planning moves, such as more housing in transit-oriented areas, development of a standard low-rise and tower district schedule to streamline development, implementation of villages to enable 4- to 6-story apartments across the city, and amendments to the housing policies in the downtown east side. One action to highlight in this bucket is the Rupert and Renfrew Station Area Plan going out to public consultation at the end of the month. We'll be adding a diverse range of ownership and rental housing options across the entire plan area, from missing middle forms such as multiplexes and townhouses to 6-story apartments and taller apartment buildings close to the stations. Next policy area is addressing homelessness. Lots of important work here, including the shelter expansion replacement strategy, SRO intergovernmental investment strategy, responding to encampments, continued implementation of supportive housing and homelessness grants, as well as seeking opportunities to deliver additional supportive housing complex care with the province. Next is work to support and grow our community housing sector to increase supply of social and co-op housing. So this includes initiatives like providing grants for nonprofit through our CHIP grants. And one really big piece of work in this bucket is the Vancouver Social Housing Initiative to pre-zone 6-story apartments and towers in all communities across the city. Social and co-op housing projects fosters diversity in neighborhoods, housing residents with a range of different incomes in one building, from low to moderate incomes, as well as important demographic groups such as families and seniors. And by speeding up approvals, more money can be spent on creating additional affordability in the building rather than on the approvals process. As well, VIHA staff are currently advancing over 20 social and supportive housing projects on city land, with an additional 8 projects currently under construction, and the ultimate goal of completing over 3,000 units over the next 3 years. Next is supporting Indigenous housing. Really important work happening here with the Jericho lands, implementation of the UNDRIP strategy, which we heard about this morning, with a key priority to advance nation-led projects by exploring new approaches and relaxing existing regulations. Next is rental housing. More than half the households in the city are renters, so we need to ensure the rental stock is resilient over the long term, as well as the need to mitigate the impacts of displacement during redevelopment. This includes actions to improve our existing stock, such as assessing seismic risk, as well as continuing to explore and adjust our approach to tenant protections through implementation of existing and new community plans. Important piece of work in this bucket is the Middle Income Housing Initiative through the newly created Vancouver Housing Development Office. They've set a goal of delivering 4,000 rental homes on city land. This brings us to our last bucket, which is to continue to address speculation through the implementation of the empty homes tax and aligning with new provincial short-term rental legislation that will help coordinate and improve enforcement efforts. Delivering all of this new housing, especially affordable housing, depends on having strong partnerships with senior governments. We'll need significant additional funding in order to meet our proposed targets for social and co-op housing, and even more investment in order to deepen affordability, providing supports needed, and for SRO replacement. We also know that given the high cost of delivering affordability in new construction, other strategies to deepen and maintain affordability are urgently needed by senior governments, such as increasing income assistance and rent supplements, as well as housing supports for seniors so they can stay in their homes. How we pay for additional infrastructure and amenities required to support a growing population is another area that requires new thinking and further investment from senior governments. We know that having higher housing targets, plus all the actions to increase housing in this plan, coupled with a shift towards rental development, will result in less development revenue to support the delivery of much-needed infrastructure and public amenities. Staff will continue to pursue advocacy through the Federation of Canadian Municipalities to modernize the municipal growth framework and address challenges related to renewing and expanding infrastructure and amenities. At the city, we also have a role to play in exploring new financing tools beyond property taxes and development charges, such as the opportunity to generate long-term non-tax revenue. And to that end, Recommendation C in this report is seeking Council's approval to pilot a new approach to delivering long-term broad-based public benefits rather than through the traditional method of securing a CAC in kind or cash one time through the rezoning. This pilot will enable the Director of Planning to bring forward for Council's consideration up to 5 rezoning applications on city sites led by the Vancouver Housing Development Office that deliver long-term public benefits through generation of non-tax revenue, provided that the development is secured as 100% rental. Before we conclude, I'll summarize what we heard from consultation with stakeholders. We met with the community housing sector, Indigenous partners, several city advisory committees, academics and researchers, development industry, and senior levels of government. On the housing targets, we heard general support for updated targets, with some calling for higher targets, both on the market side and non-market targets. Folks expressed the need for more staff capacity to move projects swiftly through the permitting process and talked about the challenges in delivering new affordable housing, expressing the need for increased senior government funding. For the 3-year action plan, we also heard general support with calls to focus on delivering more affordable housing across all neighborhoods, as well as actions that streamline and accelerate housing delivery. So there's going to be a tremendous amount of work on the housing front over the next 3 years, and this slide shows the actions already underway or coming to council this year. So in summary, our housing targets are for 83,000 new homes over 10 years. There's 50 plus actions in our 3-year action plan that will be delivered over 3 years to help advance the targets and move towards an equitable housing system. We believe that these changes are in line with recent provincial legislation to increase supply and will advance us towards a better distribution of rental and social housing across the region. However, we believe that senior government partnerships are still required in order to reach completions and to achieve deeper levels of affordability and to help fund growth-related costs. That's concludes our presentation, and staff are available to answer any questions you have.
Thank you very much. Councillor Fry. Oh, sorry, actually, I apologize here. Only question for team members. Yeah, sorry, Councillor Fry, go ahead.
Oh, great. Thanks, Mayor. And thank you for the presentation. And so my first question, how are we calculating these numbers against loss of units? So for instance, there's 1,500 supportive housing units in there. I've heard variously that we might lose about 700 in temporary modular housing. How would that balance out?
So on the targets, Based on the guidance from the province, we are counting net. So anything that we report out on will be net for moving forward in our progress report. So they will be net. We're not going to be counting gross in our targets.
Okay, so that's 1,500 new units that we're expecting.
Yeah.
And the 700 that we would potentially lose would be calculated against that, or?
That's right. And that's really the provincial method. So the new provincial method is counting for net new completions. So we've already started that process of netting out our numbers. Yeah.
Okay. In the report, you talk about the tremendous need for below market and low end of market housing affordable to households that's earning under 90,000 for singles and under 150,000 for families. Now, that's quite different. Obviously, Census Canada has sort of determined that the median household income is 85,000, I think, so there's quite a discrepancy there.
Mm-hmm.
Why aren't we targeting more towards actual median incomes in the city in these kind of?
So we broke down that assessment by the different income buckets. So we broke them down by the 5 income buckets so we can see where it was distributed across the income continuum. So, overall, as I said in the presentation, with our new targets, we will be meeting about 25% of the full need. And the reason that we're not targeting a higher share is just the feasibility of achieving that, given our current capacity in our pipeline.
So what we're saying is these aren't aspirational targets; these are hard targets that we think we can deliver on.
They are still aspirational. I mean, meeting this target for 10,000, social and co-op housing and the 5,500 BMR in this current economic climate is going to be challenging. It is going to be difficult. It is a stretch to do that, and we're going to have to bring forward a lot of new policies to open the way. And put forward all of our tools. So it is going to be difficult. Yes, there is more need that we're not meeting at this time. But that said, we are following the provincial approach where we're addressing the unmet need, which has been created over decades, over a period of 10 to 20 years. So that's just going to take longer. But we are trying to address the full need from growth over the next 10 years.
Yeah, I guess I'm worried that we're not aspirationally looking towards the need for the actual incomes of folks who live here now and presumably in the future. And I'm wondering if there's an opportunity for us to set those aspirational targets as a tool to ask senior governments to step up to the plate or whatever, to create new tools.
So I think these targets, we can also look at them as like a minimum, right? And we would always strive to do more. And if there was money on the table, if there's partners that come to us or we actively seek them out, we would be welcoming more social and supportive and co-op housing projects. So I think this is sort of meeting what we think is stretched but achievable, and if we can meet that, we would of course do more as well. And we also have the housing needs report that does give us all of the numbers on the full need. So we do have that we can use for advocacy.
Okay, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor, and thank you very much. There's a lot of information in here, and I know it was a very unmovable deadline that the team are working towards, so appreciate all that. I'm looking at slide 22 and 23, and it's really around the shortfall to achieve the affordability piece. And I guess I'm just going to ask the direct question because it's pretty significant when you look at the numbers. 3.2 billion required in order to achieve the affordability targets, an additional 2.7 billion in partner equity. Are we setting targets that we can't reach because we are dependent on other partners to help with that affordability?
It's Grace Chang, Director of Long-Term Financial Strategy. Going back to the earlier question, I think these are the targets set based on the minimum requirement and the needs. That being said, it has always been a typical housing delivery model that City of Vancouver, when we are talking about co-op housing and also social housing or supportive housing on city land, the city will put in land for free at nominal rent, but we always need to leverage low-cost financing as well as upfront capital grant, as well as ongoing operating subsidy from BC Housing, CMHC, and other financier. And in particular, right now, I think there are also new programs at play as well, such as the BC Bills. So we will be looking into all those in order to deliver the affordability that is required.
Do you think we can get there, Grace?
We need to work on it, put it this way, and we need to start quantifying it before we can even start talking to senior government. So that is one of the intents why we want to put this number into the report, because we need everyone to work together to deliver the affordability that is required.
I understand that. We want to be explicit, very explicit about it. I want to shift gears a little bit because slide 23 talks a bit about the shift towards the market, privately owned below market rental. And so there's obviously going to be a heavy dependency to get to the number of below market units on inclusionary zoning and policy, which means that the city is therefore giving up, this may be both of you, I'll let you see, CACs, which we need for supporting new growth. And I'm also, so I'm wondering about the intersection there that's going to further cash strap us, but I'm also looking excitingly at the new Vancouver Housing Development Office. And I think, wondering if you see that really being an alternate to generating that, the public benefit being the rental revenue that can help to close the gap to support not only supporting new growth, but to fix existing aging infrastructure.
Right. So maybe I can actually start talking about the below market rental, and also going back to I think your question about by doing that we're foregoing not just CAC, right? It's really about like sometimes DCL as well. So that is the reason why we really need to work through FCM in terms of the advocacy on modernizing the municipal growth framework. The criticality of this work is that as a result of us refocusing from building condos, which is not really meeting the local needs, to rental and below market rental, the old model in terms of, I would say, relying on land lift and land economics to generate that kind of money to fund growth, that system is largely broken. So we need to have a rethink and reimagination of the municipal growth framework. That is also the reason why that advocacy work will be ongoing. However, the city can also monetize what we have on the ground so that we can actually generate non-tax revenue.
I understand that. And I appreciate the point around the municipal finance reform, but I guess what I'm asking too, within our ability, this new piece around, do you see this as a bit of what the city can do in terms of rental housing on city-owned land and develop?
Absolutely, absolutely. And this is also aligned with the Mayor's Budget Task Force report as well.
Yeah, do you see that as a game changer, or as a game changer and significant in terms of revenue that it could generate over time, and also necessary in terms of closing the gap of the changing paradigm that you described?
From staff's perspective, it is one of the tools that is within City Council's control, in addition to advocating for, FCM and the federal government. So yes, this is a step towards the right direction, in our opinion.
Thank you. Do you want to add anything, Dan?
No, I think Grace covered it well. Thanks.
Okay. Co-op housing. Can we talk about, you mentioned 2,500 co-op units. Can we talk about a little bit more context around that? That's important for this council. And I know that it's put together with social housing as one combined target.
Yeah, so the 2,500 unit is based on maintaining the share of co-op units as part of the non-market stock in the city. So it's an aspirational target. That we're looking to work with our partners to try to achieve. And we've got a number of actions in our action plan to try to do that. We have the pre-zoning social housing work, which will streamline approvals and help those projects come to light.
I'm at time.
We're at time, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. Councillor Joe.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Thanks for the team for putting together this report. So my question is, really, when from the Vancouver plan, we saw there will be 300,000 people coming to Vancouver up to the 2050. And also, I think from other report, I saw that, Vancouver, we really actually need 12,000 to 14,000 units per year to meet the demand. So you probably know where I'm coming from. So the question here is really 8,300 units per year is not enough to meet the demand.
So our numbers are based on the BC using, the housing needs approach as well as the BC stats projections for growth over the next 10 years. So the BC, and looking at not unmet existing need that, we're trying to meet in the market, but just new growth coming. We use two sources. We used what we have in our development pipeline, so the number of units that are going to complete, because that's probably the best information we have on how many people are actually going to come by the units that we build, supplemented with the BC stats projections, which include immigration. And so if you add those two up over 10 years, that's 67,000 units. So our target is higher than that because we're also meeting a portion of unmet needs. So we do believe that this will be, just enough capacity to meet the needs. But again, as I've mentioned in the presentation, housing markets are regional, so we also need other municipalities in the region to step up and do their part as well.
Okay, that's fair. Thank you. So the other question is, I was looking for this number from this report, but I couldn't find. Do you have the number that how many approval units were actually built, were actually completed in the past 5 years? What is the percentage? Do we have that number?
So it's about 65%.
65%, okay.
Of the last 5 years, yeah.
Okay, so then that comes to my next question. So our target, 8,300 approved. The provincial target is about 6,000 per year complete. So that's about 72%. So that's the assumption. So assuming 72% actually get complete, we're gonna meet the provincial target. But the actual number in the past 5 years was only 65%. So that is a gap over there, 7%.
The actual approval numbers were higher than 7,200 over the last 5 years. So we did this conversion rate, and we looked at what was approved and completed over the last 10 years, and it works out to be about 45%. Is in the same time period of what was approved and completed. And so that's the number that we have adjusted in our target to meet the provincial targets. The other thing that is unknown is this, we've only have the first provincial housing target order. It's for 5 years. We don't know what the next order will be. So, this is based on an assumption that it's going to stay the same.
Okay, so probably I'm using a different calculation, but I can follow up with you offline because I'm using the provincial target divided by the city's target. But anyway, okay, so let me ask my next questions. So I saw the gap for the below the market rental. So the provincial target is about 7,894, and our target is 3,900. So the gap is about 3,900 gap. And for that 3,900, I think you're saying we need $2.7 billion. So if I do the conversion, that's about almost $700,000 per unit for the below the market rental. That seems to be really high for below the market rental unit. I'm not sure if my calculation is correct or not.
The below market rental in that includes social and supportive housing. So in that, the way that the province defines below market is not how we talk about below market. They're talking about units that rent at or below hills. So that some of that number includes social supportive housing units, as well as a portion of our private below market rental units.
Okay, so maybe that's something I need to follow up with you as well. Last question. So the short-term rental policy, can we also consider the illegal short-term rental units return back to the long-term rental market as part of the target? And we advocate that as well because that's huge in Vancouver.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, we're at time.
Okay, that's fine.
Councillor Joe. Councillor Carr.
Yeah, thanks. Just to follow up on the concerns I think all of us have around the below market shelter rate, the real housing that's in need. So many people are in need. So 3% shelter rate is what the goal is, and 16% of the needs. It's pretty scary statistics, really. So what do we need to do to to get the, I guess, either the financing or the partnerships necessary to meet the needs at that deep need level?
Maybe I can start this answer. Given how challenging it is to build new, deeply, deeply affordable units, I think we need to investigate other strategies for how we can maintain affordability and in the existing stock. Before people lose their homes and that. So, in that we do have in this strategy an increased, advocacy action to look at things like safer and income supports, because that is another way that we can preserve affordability in the existing stock rather than just building new.
I think we may have a financial answer.
Yeah, just quickly to add to that as well, because when we talk about shelter rates, that is an ongoing operating subsidy that is required from senior government. There's no way that local government within the current financial framework, which is relying heavily on property tax to fund and provide ongoing operating subsidy, because property tax is not for redistributive purposes, it's regressive. So unless and until the whole municipal finance reform framework is done and local government are given more than just property tax as funding tools, we are really relying on senior government funding to fund the ongoing operating subsidy to achieve that level of affordability.
We do have a provincial and federal election in the offing right now. So secondly, I think, how are we doing compared to other municipalities that are being targeted? And part of this report is about how we are meeting the new provincial targets. So how are we doing in comparison to the other municipalities in meeting those targets?
So in terms of the first 10 municipalities, from what I remember, Victoria has met their first 6-month completions target. And I believe one of the North Vancouver, one of the ones in our metro region has met their target as well. But that's just the first 6 months of data. So I think that's something to consider. And most of the municipalities were just tracking the overall supply. So that isn't about the affordability or the tenure. So I think in terms of those two measures, from what we know about what municipalities are building in the region, they're going to have to work hard to meet the rental and affordability targets, just like us.
Right.
So I think that's going to be a common theme for all municipalities.
And 6 months, the first 6 months reflects what was done well before these targets were set, I'm assuming. In terms of our own ability to affect getting the housing built more quickly, what are we doing around issues like fast-tracking permitting, for example?
So some of the things that we're doing that's in our action plan is to do pre-zoning. So, we're really excited about our pre-zoning social housing work that's underway. So that we'll be looking to create, an opportunity for social housing to come in through a development permit at 6 stories and at taller forms in neighborhoods. And that will really significantly reduce the time it takes through the approvals process, as well as to, save some costs. We hear that having a pre-zoning can save between $500,000 to $1 million in design, as well as save in potentially 5 to 10% in cost escalation.
Right. We don't really have too many of the specifics around homelessness, but it's quite clear that people at the lower end of income scales are really in, and I don't have much time left, but in the biggest pickle. Maybe I'll have to just leave that. There's no time for an answer from you, so sorry about that.
Thank you very much. Councillor Montague.
Thanks, Mayor. First, thanks to the team. It's really nice to see the recommendations out of the Mayor's Budget Task Force around our underutilized property development fund being tackled by the Housing Development Office, and how that's going to provide some public benefit with long-term non-tax revenue. So really excited to read that in the report. My question is, a large focus is on rental units. And obviously, the reason we need to increase housing in Vancouver is because we have a low vacancy rate. How did the team look at vacancy rates, and did they consider those vacancy rates when developing, and how did they consider them when developing the housing targets?
So we considered the vacancy rate in the housing needs approach that we took. There is a vacancy adjustment that we made. It's a one-time adjustment of how many vacant rental units we would need to get to a 3% rate. So that's included in the needs assessment and ultimately through the targets. So we looked at the vacancy rate. We also looked at things like household formation. So we know that 75% of net new households are renters, and so that's also part of why we are where we are with the 10-year split.
Did the team look at vacancy targets? You mentioned that 3%. Is that a target you're looking at, and why 3%? And we hear that 3% number a lot, but where does that come from?
Well, 3% is generally considered a very healthy vacancy rate, and so and we, in our consultations with academics and other government partners, we talk about the importance of just making sure that the market isn't too tight. So to try to work towards a higher vacancy rate. Noting that a 3% vacancy rate in the city of Vancouver would be quite hard to achieve, but we are, looking to try to create more room and get that vacancy rate up.
Have we actually looked at creating targets, like we have a housing target? Have we looked at creating a vacancy target?
We haven't, but we do, as in terms of outcome measures, we can measure it towards like a 3% vacancy rate. So we do track our vacancy rate. It has been going up a teeny tiny bit in the last, number of years. It is going in the right direction. So, I mean, we can definitely track that as part of our outcome measures when we report back annually.
Okay, thanks. That's it, Mayor.
Great. Thank you very much, Councillor Meisner.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. My question is similar to Councillor Joe's questions around the targets and if we're going far enough. So just looking back at the presentation, I'm noting that over the past 5 years, there's been about 8,000 units per year approved. And this 10-year plan is for about 8,300 units a year approved, so only 300 more. What's our capacity for intake of applications? Let's say we had 15,000 units come in for application per year. Do we have the capacity from a staff perspective to intake those applications and approve them? Or is our limit around 8,300 units a year?
Thanks. Yeah, I mean, I don't think I would say that that's our limit. Certainly, if we were to, what you're essentially talking about is a doubling of the number of applications that we're handling at any given time, we would have to significantly increase our capacity. That's been challenging lately due to human resource issues generally. But we are also looking at opportunities to build in more efficiency into our permit processing system, the use of technology solutions. So that work is underway, and I think that the kind of transformational thinking that you're suggesting is certainly thinking that we're interested in. I think it would be a challenge if suddenly we had that number of applications coming in, but we certainly would need to build capacity to accommodate it.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about the provincial changes forthcoming as a result of legislation around things like public hearings, et cetera? Is that going to assist with our capacity in terms of intaking more applications? What's your sense of that?
Josh White's going to jump up.
Yeah, Josh White, GM PDS. I think the provincial changes in totality are going to induce quite a sea change in the way in which we do business, which should ultimately increase our capacity. A regime whereby we're doing more zoning upfront, where we have more predictable development charges, which speaks to some of the conversation we had before, less of a negotiation-based system, and a system that will be able to work more at speed. And so that should be at minimum less of a constraint of our capacity to be able to deliver housing, but ultimately, hopefully, be able to help deliver more.
Okay, great. Thanks for that. And then I just had one more question. It was mentioned about pre-zoning for social housing being an initiative that was in the works that would save $500,000 to $1 million in design savings on a project. Saying that, why aren't we pre-zoning for rental housing? Why aren't we pre-zoning for all types of housing?
Yeah, as I just alluded to, I think that is the future regime that we're looking at. I think that's more of an immediate action we're looking at for the highest priority type of project. But we want to move to a regime where we're zoning for the type of development we have right now. We have a system whereby we're essentially underzoned and we're negotiating density through like a land lift mechanism. What the provincial changes induce us to think about doing is turn that system a bit on its head, create a zoning regime that resembles the land use vision for the city, articulated through things like the Vancouver plan, our upcoming Van Plan ODP, and allows development to move forward through that regime with more speed.
And just remind me, the timing on the Vancouver plan ODP final plan is not till 2030? Is that correct?
The first step is 2026.
2026.
Yeah.
And I know I've asked this before, but is there any way to speed that up? Are we looking at speeding it up?
Yeah, I think we're always balancing the scale and the intensity of the work and the amount of public consultation that would be involved in that versus the expediency of the plan. I think 2026 is probably a realistic time frame, but certainly we don't want to move slower than we need to.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks very much.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you very much. Before we go to the speakers, I just want to make an apology to the team here. When I made that comment about yay, about the presentation, I hope that wasn't taken the wrong way. Love the team, the incredible hard work, and actually was excited about seeing the presentation. So if it was taken the wrong way, I totally apologize for that. So with that, we will now hear from registered speakers for this report. Public speakers should state whether they are in support or opposition of the recommendations and may only speak once. Now, I will also ask speakers if they are residents of Vancouver, if it's not noted on the speakers list. And the first public speaker we have is Mark White.
I'm just wondering if the clerk has circulated my presentation to councillors. And maybe while that's happening, I just wanted to say that I was so thrilled with the morning activities on the UNDRIP. That was just fantastic. And the other thing is that when I grow up, I want to be able to speak as quickly as Ken Sims.
I learned that speaking with my kids. All right, I got to go to see.
So I'm speaking on behalf of the Older Persons and Elders Advisory Committee. I am the chair. I live in Vancouver. I'm really thrilled with many of the activities of the housing department and housing team. We are, however, suggesting or recommending that council consider referring this back to the city staff until they hear next month on the seniors housing strategy, as we think that it's a bit premature and it sort of discounts all the 2 years of effort from the seniors housing, from the seniors community to not have it represented or at least acknowledged within the plan. It is acknowledged in that it is one of the issues that are coming forward, but when you look at the two issues, two of the three issues, the seniors housing strategy and the accessibility strategy, and that there you're really then looking at the issue of supportive housing needs. And I think the biggest concern that we have is the decrease and the optics of the decrease of the 4,000 to the 1,500, even though we realize that some of that 4,000 was based on the SRO element. We think that in both cases, it relies on senior government support. So the optics of going from a 1,500 to 4,000 are essentially still aspirational based on the need for senior government support. So we're disappointed that the renewal of the housing strategy has come forward what I think is a month prematurely. And I think that it's a big concern about the optics with the seniors serving organizations and the amount of effort that they have really put forward. I think that it's a problem. I think that senior serving organizations are really being flooded with requests from desperate 50 to 90 plus year olds seeking safe shelters, transitional and supportive housing. And I think that really we should be actively creating a funding strategy team with key community influential partners to engage the province and the federal government to address what I think is a disgraceful and untenable situation of older person and elders being constructively demo-evicted by landlords or by poverty at the same time the city embarks on rapid development for middle income. We are supportive in principle of a number of the proposed and continuing housing initiatives discussed in the report. Vancouver Social Housing Initiative, the continuing expediting community housing and streamlining the delivery of rental housing through pre-approved plans and off-site construction. These programs could make a difference if there are specific targets arising from the seniors housing strategy associated with these initiatives. We need leadership and a change of direction. It's not acceptable to OPEC members for the city to move seniors into unsafe shelters, to decrease supportive housing units in a 10-year plan, or to pass a revised Vancouver housing strategy 1 month prematurely. Yesterday, after I was feeding my 94-year-old mother at Point Grey Private Hospital, I met an 85-year-old man walking up from Kitts Beach with a sleeping bag, going into McDonald's. Unfortunately, he is one of many, and I believe we can do better, and I think that our housing strategy should reflect that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The next speaker we have, speakers list is Devin O'Leary.
Hello.
Devin, you're up.
All right, cool. Yeah, my name's Devin. I work with the Carnegie Housing Project, and I'm a Vancouver resident and opposed to this report. So if you need to get something done, why would you set a goal for only doing half of it, or in this case with social housing, 18%? Even if you knew you couldn't do it by yourself, but it was an important goal that would actually make the city functional, why don't you set a goal that would meet the need and then work to get others to help you achieve it? This plan is very clearly showing who belongs in this city, and it's technically about half of the current population. The Hills range shown in Figure 3 of the report says that it goes down to people making $20K a year, but everywhere we're seeing, like the new Bob and Michael's place, the Hills units are starting for incomes at around $40K a year. So that's the median individual income in the city. And based off of that, in this report, only about 3% of the units are going to be made available for half of the individuals in the city. So at the same time, we lose so much more affordable housing than we get. In the last census period, we had a net loss of 47,000 units that were renting under $1,000 a month, and that's 10 times more than was actually built. So even with these targets, how many are we going to lose in these 10 years? Less because of the SRO vacancy control, but still loads. Like even with the SRO strategy, we could lose 2/3 of those units due to them only being about 80 square feet each right now and having to be combined. And then maybe another 2/3 because the DEOD zoning only requires 30% to be a shelter rate. These are major issues that people are having to struggle through for years. Like one of our volunteers has been in a shelter for 10 years with multiple disabilities and hasn't been able to own anything more than he can fit in a backpack. And I know y'all would never put one of your family members through that, so I don't know why it's okay for thousands of people to have to go for years doing this while we wait for a regional approach. It seems like playing chicken with people's lives. So this is a great opportunity to take accountability for what you do have control over, set the targets based on need, and then do what you can to make it happen. And some suggestions would be, one, don't waste public land on middle-income housing to pay for city services, especially when public land is essential for these deeply affordable units. Instead, we could lobby for the province to change the charter and allow for a progressive property tax so people who have profited the most off of making housing expensive in the city can pay it back for the struggle that they've created. Also lead the UBCM to actually create a regional targets for people that are living under the poverty line for housing that they can afford. And it doesn't all need to be supportive. Most of what's needed is actually independent shelter rate. And then finally, the federal government is only providing 14% of the funding being used to support people who are homeless, which is ridiculous. And so if you can lead the FCM as well to increase that level to actually make a difference, that is absolutely required. So we want to cheer y'all on for this, but you got to do your part. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, that's the end of our speakers list. So thank you everyone for speaking to council. Would someone like to move a motion? Great. Moved by Councillor Kirby-Young and seconded by Councillor Meisner. Is there any discussion? And yes, Councillor Carr.
Thank you. First I just want to really acknowledge the really good work of staff and very quickly working to mesh our Housing Vancouver strategy with the provincial government mandates. That's been a lot of work and I'm sure at points frustrating because what the provincial government is wanting us to do is not necessarily what we know we also need to do, which is meeting the deepest need of residents. So those people who have the lowest income who really do need the right supply. I loved the fact that our former housing strategy really did focus on that right supply and identifying that is, where we need to focus efforts to be, a fair and just city. But it's not like all that housing is going to be needed that you've got in that report. And it is mandated and we have to do it. We have no choice about that. But I don't want us to lose track, as several of our speakers said, of the meeting of real needs of people here. So somehow I know that we can't do it alone. We have to do it through partnerships. I love that idea of a strategic team for fundraising. That I think that is probably exactly what's needed. And as I already mentioned, we have 2 elections, provincial and federal, coming up. Just to sort of really emphasize that report, the average household, the median household income for renters in this city right now is $54,319. That's the Metrovan housing data book. That's $1,357 a month for rent. And there's not a lot that we're producing at that, unless it's deeply subsidized with senior government help. So I think we have to keep holding that thought in our heads because you have to have the goal. I think our speakers said that, you have to know what your goal is and what the real needs are, and then you work towards it. We are, I think, also recognizing the need for our own strategy, the use of our own land. And I know that we're working on getting that income through senior government grants and working with private housing not providers, not partners, and the nonprofit sector. So that's good. I recognize, and we've been told this many times, that one of the problems in keeping housing affordability is making sure that they can move their developments through faster. So I appreciate the work that we have done to increase the speed of permitting at the city level, because I know that we have done that. So, as I said, kudos to the team. This is a big challenge. I really appreciate that you are dedicated to taking this on, and that we will and should be and must be diligent about letting governments know that we can't do it alone as a city. And just as a final point, so many people have come to me in council in previous years and said, why can't we be like Vienna? Why can't we be like the European cities? There's no European city that funds its housing. It's all federal government, all federal government. And we were at one time in Canada a leader in that as well until the 1990s. Just reminding people it is possible to have government priorities be focused on the real needs of people, and housing is a real need.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much. I just wonder if I can ask a point of information through you to staff. And just sort of prefacing that with acknowledging one of our speakers, Mark White, who consistently comes to council with very thoughtful presentations based on the data that we're hearing. And so I actually am just curious to hear from staff on the sequencing of this report coming ahead, and just to restate or clarify why we are getting this report ahead of the senior strategy report.
So this report is responding to the provincial housing targets order. So we're taking approach of looking at our housing needs and setting our housing target. That includes, the entire population, all of the population, including families, seniors, everybody who's.
Can I just clarify a little bit? Sorry, are we beholden to a certain date to have this particular report before council based on the other by-whens, if you will, that the province has established on other work that?
No, we're not beholden to a date. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So just to clarify, I understand this is more sort of it's not general, but it's looking at all groups, all housing needs.
Yeah, setting sort of the broad-based overall need for the city, as well as looking at growth of everybody who's coming, which includes seniors, families, and looking at an income perspective. And then we also recognize the really important work that needs to be done to look more holistically at specific demographic groups, such as seniors and students and persons with disabilities. So those are actions that we included in our 3-year housing.
So if once we get the senior strategy before council, we can have that discussion, which we will do before we break, I think, before August, right? It's coming in July. Is that correct?
Yes, and they work together. Like, this is the broad-based strategy that sets the overall direction.
So these are not decisions that are going to sort of preclude us from taking further, maybe more narrow focus.
Absolutely, and that is the intention of the seniors housing strategy, is really to go further and deeper into the details. And we would do that as well with students with accessibility actions, to look more deeply at groups that require a bit more attention. But this is sort of setting the overall sort of broad-based strategy.
Okay, so when we are sort of doing our own data analysis, and I get that there's sort of a statement that was made around city staff moving seniors into shelters, and that's not to be taken literally. But are we going to have that level of detail in the senior strategy in terms of seniors that are at risk of homelessness due to displacement?
Yeah, we've done some housing needs analysis in the seniors housing strategy, and we can bring that back in terms
That will
of
be in this future report.
Yes.
Okay.
And we absolutely, it is one of the findings of the strategy, is that the seniors that are in need and the most vulnerable are the renters that are at risk of homelessness, for sure.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much for answering those questions. I just want to, again, thank the speakers for coming in and also calling in to continue to help inform the decisions that council makes around our very critical housing needs. And, I think staff have illustrated in this report the weight of the load that Vancouver carries for the region in terms of all types of housing. And that is to be expected, perhaps, because we are a metropolitan city in a region, in a province. And
the same time, I think it's important that we are advocating to senior levels of government to increase housing options in other municipalities, while also paying attention to how we are not making the crisis worse. And I heard that in both speakers, and I have concerns as well around this push for middle income housing, and that we are on a peninsula. We don't have a lot of land left to build on that doesn't already have affordable housing on it. I know that our staff work very hard and are very cognizant of this fact. And so I'm going to support this report today with sort of lukewarm enthusiasm, let's say, and we'll look forward to the senior strategy because it is a personal concern I have in a file that have been worked on for many years now. And we hear from advocates and frontline services that it is continuing to worsen, and very vulnerable people in the community are seniors if they don't have housing. So a lot more work to do. I'll leave it there. I'm out of time.
Thank you, Councillor Bly. Councillor Meisner.
Thanks very much, Mayor, and thanks to staff for all the hard work on these new targets to comply with the provincial housing target order. I know this is in addition to all the work you've been doing to comply with the TOA legislation, which I'm also hopeful will have a positive impact on housing supply. In fact, I know it will. I think everyone agrees that this is one of the biggest issues, if not the biggest issue facing our city. The unaffordability of housing and its impact on the cost of living for everyday Vancouverites. I am happy to see we now have a plan for the 83,000 units approved across the city over the next decade, which will help us get closer to making an impact on our housing affordability crisis. But I do think we can go further and exceed these targets. And I am pleased to hear in response to some of the questions today that there is a belief that is possible. While it will be challenging to meet these targets, many of the things we're doing in terms of pre-zoning, permit process improvement, review of the city-wide design guidelines, and really that transformational change to the process that staff are working really hard on will also help us meet or exceed these targets. And I know that council and myself and everyone around this table will keep pushing for process improvements to get more housing built. I also heard loud and clear the concerns about the target that's outlined for supportive housing. I think we need to get creative on that, not just through pushing for more senior level of government funding, which we certainly need to make those supportive housing units happen, but we need to get creative and innovative in terms of the projects, in terms of interesting partnerships and design solutions, maximizing the potential of sites. I am confident that that we can get there, and I will be supporting this report today, as I think it's a solid plan to work from, and yeah, looking forward to working in tandem with staff on solutions. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Councillor Meisner. Councillor Joe.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I also want to express my support to this project. You know, I really appreciate the works from our team for dedicated efforts in addressing our city's critical housing needs. These proposed targets and action plan reflect a very well-considered approach to tackling Vancouver's housing crisis, also aligning with the provincial target, while also setting up goals to ensure we meet the diverse needs of our residents. The emphasis on the increasing rental housing, particularly the below market and the non-market units, is a crucial step towards creating a more equitable housing systems. With, I think the numbers, nearly 3/4 of the new units dedicated to renters and a significant portion set aside for below the market rates, we are prioritizing those needed the most. The focus on affordability is essential, especially for our low-income and mid-income families who struggle to find suitable housing in our city. However, while I wholeheartedly support the objective of this report and also the strategic vision of it lays out, I do have some concerns that I think we must address as we move forward. First of all, I think very similar as Councillor Meisner, I think the target is not ambitious. From different analysis and the studies I've read, I think 8,300 units per year is not enough to meet the demand of the housing needs in the city of Vancouver. I think we need much more. To put into perspective, as I mentioned before, Vancouver plan forecast by 2050, there will be 300,000 people in total coming to city of Vancouver. So 26 years from now. So roughly 10,000 people per year, plus the unmet demand, plus the most vulnerable people living on the street now, plus the people moving within Canada, also plus the growing seniors population, like Mark mentioned in his speech. So I don't think 8,300 units per year is enough. I'm concerned the moderate target will restrict our ability of being bold and creative when it comes to the actual policy. Second, I think with the reduction in supportive housing target to only 1,500 units, I know it's based on the realistic delivery expectation, but it still highlights the ongoing need for comprehensive support to our most vulnerable population in the city. So continued advocacy for the provincial and the federal support in these particular areas is imperative to address homelessness and provide adequate support housing across the region. And also I'm concerned about the big funding gap for achieving affordable rental home and also the below the market housing income limits. The $6 billion in equity required underscores the need for stronger partnership for seniors level of government and also private sector's investment. So of course, there are more work to do. And of course, as council, we're going to continue to push for that. Well, but in conclusion, I'm going to support this updated Housing Vancouver 10 years target, also the 3 years housing action plan, with the understanding that our work does not stop here. We must continue to monitor our progress, remain adaptable, be bold, and address the challenge that arise with a collaborative spirit. So I think together we should achieve a Vancouver where everyone has access to safe, affordable, and diverse housing options, especially for our next generations. So thank you. I'm going to support this project, this report. Thanks,
Thank you,
Mayor.
Councillor Joe. Councillor Fry.
Chair, I just want to yield my speaking for a second to Councillor Bly. Sorry.
Thank you very much, Councillor Fry. That's very collegial of you. I actually just wanted to get clear on, as we are at 10 minutes to 5, and we do have 2 more items, I believe, on the agenda, plus new business inquiries and notice of motions. If we're intending to try and complete all this business before we break, or we're going to break at 5 o'clock and come back and complete at 6.
Well, I can say I do have a leave of absence, civic stuff that I'm actually 2 hours late for already. So,
Just looking for some clarity because we're right up against 5 o'clock. So I'm wondering what.
so I think we'll still have quorum if everyone else wants to. Quorum 6, right? Yeah. 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 Okay. So you moved a motion to. Oh, yeah. Yeah. So would someone like to move? Councillor Carr?
Yeah, I'll
Seconded
second
by Councillor Joe. All in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Great. That would be a question for the clerks. Nope. Okay. Great. Thank you very much. Was that all you had, Councillor Farr, or you had more?
What? No. In fact, I didn't realize the clock would be running. I thought.
Sorry, I'll restart it. I'm going to restart the timer. So stop. Anyways, you have 6:35 on this timer here. Oh nope. There we go. You have 5 minutes on this timer.
Thanks. Yeah. So, I mean, I first off want to say how much I appreciate the work that's gone into this and the diligence and the entire piece. I am struggling with the targets. I'm going to be honest. And, I think, we heard that this is sort of a combination of aspirational and practical. And it's just, we are not making the space for the people who are here. And just to reflect, I had a conversation with somebody last night who's at the end of his rope, an old friend of mine who is living in the vicinity of Broadway Plan area. He is His landlord wants to jack his rent significantly. I'm like, well, you have protections under the Tenancy Act, but actually it turns out that he doesn't have a tenancy agreement because that's how the landlord wanted to do it. And he's doing cash payments and he's looking around and he's realizing that he's in a bit of a barrel and he's got a job and he works. And, as I reflect on the median income in the city of Vancouver and I reflect on the median household income in the city of Vancouver, I worry that these targets aren't going to meet the needs of those people. And for whatever reason, people are falling through the cracks. We know we're not delivering the need that we have in our city. And I'm supportive of the general ideas behind this, the action plan. Obviously, we want to build more housing. We want to meet those needs. But as we're not meeting the needs of the median income in the city of Vancouver, I struggle with the housing, the 10-year targets. And so seeing as they are aspirational in nature, I'm going to ask to sever and then vote against recommendation A about the housing targets. I'm happy to support the 3-year action plan and the rental housing on city land, but I just really struggle with the fact that we're leaving a lot of people behind in our city, and that's not what I signed up to sign on to as my aspirational goal. So.
Great. Thank you very much, Councillor Fry. Seeing no one else in the queue, I'm now going to call a vote. So can we sever A? So we'll vote on A first and then the rest.
Mayor, it's Councillor Kirby-Young. Can I get a vote assist in favor, please?
In favor of both? Or sorry?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, it's Councillor. Well, Mayor, it's Councillor.
You're cutting out there. You need a vote assist in. Can you hear us?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, so we're just going to vote on A first of all. Hold on a sec. And is Councillor Claasen's here? Councillor Meisner? Pardon? It looks like he's in favor. Yes, we're voting on A. So let's just, we'll get clear here for a sec. We are voting on A, which has been severed from the rest of the motion. Okay. So we're all good with what we just submitted there? Okay. It looks like the motion passes with Councillors Carr and Fry in opposition. Okay, now we will vote on the rest of the motion, which does not include A.
And Mayor, confirming a vote assist in favor
Yep.
of Councillor Kirby-Young. Thank you.
Great. Councillor Claasen, can you, do you need a vote assist? Councillor Claasen? Should we try to get him back online? Okay, we'll just take a quick 1-minute recess. connection with Councillor Clausen. So with everyone else here, the motion as severed passes unanimously. Great. All right, so that ends that. And next is item number 3. Councillor Joe will be taking over. Thanks. So you're all good. Perfect. Yeah, okay, thanks. Thank you.
Okay.
Would you, yes, thank you. Just because we are not able to see who's online and we just have quorum with the 6 of us in the room right now, can you let us know who is online?
Yeah, so clerk, can you let us know who is online? Okay, Councillor Klaus and Councillor Kirby are online, so we have the quorum.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, we have 8 right now. All right, everyone, so let's continue with the council meeting. We finished 2 items for 8 hours. Okay, so the third item is bylaw amendments to delay the enactment of business license requirements for EV charging at gas stations and parking lots. It is held by Councillor Clausen, I believe. So first of all, does any member wish to declare conflict of interest on this item? Okay, none. This item does not have the presentation. So Councillor Clausen, you held this item. You have 5 minutes to ask questions to team members. Please go ahead.
Yes, thanks very much, Chair. My apologies, everyone. I fell into a wireless dead zone somehow and had to move my location. Very quickly, just 2 questions I have. One is to staff is with regards to the 1-year delay that we are asking for approval here. Do we have some level of certainty that the 12 months will make a difference in terms of the actual ability for the vendors to be able to roll out some of these services for EV charging?
Yep. So yeah, we've been connecting with sort of the various business owners that are trying to install EV charging, and for the ones that say started last year after the amendments were added to allow offsite compliance, if they got started then, the sort of recommended extension or delay of implementation would certainly give them enough, even if they were sort of moving through that process relatively slowly.
We're starting to hear more stories about lack of charging ability in some communities, public charging that is, and I think it's perhaps having a bit of downward pressure on the attractiveness and the sales right now of EV vehicles right now. Do we have any regulations with regards to these chargers being down? If it's one thing to install them, but what do we have in terms of certainty for them being operational?
In general, I would say the industry is moving towards improved sort of uptime and reliability metrics. And part of that is also getting multiple chargers at an individual location so that if one is down, the station is still operational. We are not prescribing any uptime requirements as part of this. We've sort of left it with the expectation that they're going to want to make a return on these investments. And to make that return, they have to have their chargers up and running.
Okay, thank you. And sort of final question is just with regards to the analytics that would be required for providing these services and fully understanding the need. I think it would be one thing for us to put, I don't know, perhaps an EV charger in the southwest part of the city where there's a little bit less density. But having, the question is, what are we doing, or what are our staff doing with regards to understanding where we need to grow more of these EV charging services?
Yeah, so when council approved the EV ecosystem strategy back in 2016, we set a goal of having a charger wherever you were in the city within a 10-minute drive, and we've met that sort of base density in the city now. But we know based on work that Metro Vancouver did last year, we need to add much more charging if we're going to be aligned with the province's targets through the Zero Emission Vehicle Act. So we've just kicked off a new project to figure out when you look at in combination the public home and workplace charging, how do we make sure we have enough of that to be ready for the province's 2030 targets? We'll be reporting back to council on that in the fall, I would expect.
All right, thanks very much. Clerk, I can't see who's on the chair. I can't see who's on the queue.
You're the last one, Councillor Clausen. You're the last one.
Okay, then I'd like to move the recommendations, please.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Carr. So, council member, is there any discussion? So, seeing no other discussion, so I'm going to call the vote. Clerk, please take us to the voting screen, and council, please register your vote.
Chair, can I have a vote assist in favor, please?
Yeah, Councillor Kirby, vote assist in favor, and Councillor Clausen.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And as well, a vote assist in favor. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Bly. Yeah, so we need to switch the mayor and me. Okay, there we go. Okay, this report passed unanimously. Thanks, everyone. All right, so the next item on the agenda is the number 4, fire bylaw amendments for fire protection upgrades. It is held by Councillor Bly, I think. So does any member wish to declare conflict of interest on this item? No? Okay, so this item does not have the presentation. Councillor Bly, you held this item. You have 5 minutes to ask questions to the members. Please go ahead.
Thanks very much, Chair. So I just wanted to clarify, hi, Karen, thanks for being here. I just wanted to clarify, so notwithstanding this is as a result of the tragic fire at Winters Hotel, I want to just zero in really quickly on the issue of the security gates or measures that are put in place by property or tenants and also property owners to protect against break-ins and glass breakage and things like that. And so it wasn't clear to me in the report, so just for your just looking for your clarification back to council, that by approving these recommendations, we're not going to find ourselves in a situation where those that have put in those security gates will be in contravention of this bylaw.
Thank you, Councillor. Karen Fry, Fire Chief, you're absolutely correct. This is actually a good news story for those businesses by allowing them to use it. Currently, it's against our code. This is just allowing them to use it as long as there's nobody living or in the building at the time. And it is something that businesses will be able to do without being in contravention of our code, and they aren't required to do it either. So we're not making it mandatory for people. I'm not sure if my chief engineer wants to talk further on that.
Good afternoon, Rick Chung, Assistant Chief. So the intent is to try to have the existing businesses that have these gates installed without permits, which is in contravention of the bylaws. We make them be able to easy to comply with. So these are minimum life safety requirements. Make sure that they can come into compliance easily and quickly.
Okay,
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Those were all my questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bly. Councillor Meissner, please go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. Just following up on Councillor Bly's question and your response, you said it'd be easy for them to come into compliance. What would that look like in terms of steps for those gates?
Yes, so it'll be the inspection by a fire inspector and to first of all educate the businesses of what will be required. So things such as additional fire extinguisher at the locked entrance, additional lighting between the locked entrance and another entrance that's always unlocked. We have a fire safety plan that's going to be clearly laid out. It's going to be posted on the premises. And anyone who's in the premises while the gate is locked will be notified, trained, educated on what to do in case of fire.
Okay, so relatively low cost interventions, fire extinguisher, maybe some additional lighting and training and fire safety plan. Is that
That's
correct?
correct.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Meissner. So no one else on the queue who moved by Councillor Bly, second by Councillor Montague. Council member, is there any discussions? Seeing no one on the queue, so let's move on to the vote. So
Vote
clerk, please.
assist in favor, please.
Councillor Corbion in
Thank
favor.
you.
Yep, vote assist in favor, please, Chair.
Councillor Clausen in favor, please. And the council, please register your vote. Okay, so this report also passed unanimously. Thanks, everyone. Okay, number 5 was on consent. So the next item on the agenda is number 6. The direction report consideration of modification to conditions of approval, 1415 West Georgia Street, 1157 Barrett Street, 1640 to 1650 Alberni Street, and 1668, 1684 Alberni Street. Does any member wish to declare conflict of interest on this item? Okay, seeing no one on the queue, so this item has a presentation, 17 slides. We have the team members here to present this item.
Right here.
Go ahead, Pablo.
Thank you very much. Sorry, I'm just trying to get into WebEx so that I can share the slides. Do you have that now? Thank you very much. Acting Mayor and Council, nice to be here again tonight. I'll try to make this quick and as painless as possible to get you out of here on time. Today I'm presenting a report to you for your consideration relating to proposed modifications to conditions of enactment for 4 projects in the West End, and the addresses are just for you on the screen.
Chair, can I have a point of privilege?
Yep, please go ahead, Councilor Corbion.
I'm just wondering, because you can see the room more than I can right now. Is there a will of council to waive this report, or do council want to hear it?
You can move a motion to waive the report.
Okay, I'll move to waive. And with the caveat I can't see in the room, but I'll move to waive it.
You like to waive it?
Yes.
Okay, so is there a seconder?
Happy to second it, Chair.
Okay, so all in favor say yay.
Yay.
Okay, so
Yay.
Councilor Clausen, Councilor Corbion, people like to see the presentation, so the motion failed.
Okay.
Okay, so let's go ahead with the presentation.
Thanks. I'll just, as I mentioned, try to get through this fairly quickly for you as well. So this report relates to those conditions for projects listed on the slide there for 1450 West Georgia, 1157 Burrard Street, 1640 to 1650 Alberni Street, and 1668 to 1684 Alberni Street. It's important to note that these projects were approved by council in principle following a public hearing back in fall 2021 and spring 2022. Council also saw these projects, or 3 of these projects, come back to council in October 2023, where the conditions for enactment were originally due and scheduled for a 2-year period. And council granted a 6-month extension. I'll get into some of these details in the report on the coming slides.
So before I start, just as some quick context, these projects are located predominantly in the Georgia corridor and the Burrard corridor in the West End Community Plan. The areas are well serviced by transit, services, and amenities, and there's more anticipated through the build out and the development of the West End Community Plan through the public benefit strategy. While many of the areas of the West End Plan contemplate in-kind amenities, Burrard corridor and Georgia corridor also do anticipate cash CACs to help fund other amenities to support the growth in the West End Plan as well. Very briefly, the projects again before you are 1450 West Georgia. This is a 49-story project consisting of about 162 rental units as well as 193 strata units. This was approved by council following a public hearing in October 2021. The project included a number of public benefits being derived from it, including replacement of rental units, an $8.9 million cash CAC, about $8 million in development cost levies as shown in 2021 rates, as well as public art for a total of approximately $17.4 million. The second proposal is 1157 Burrard Street, which is a 47-story mixed-use building consisting of about 13.3 FSR. It includes a 37-space childcare facility, as well as about 16,000 square feet artist hub, and this was approved by council in October 2021 as well. The public amenities being derived through this project as conditioned include $22 million worth of in-kind amenity facilities, including, as I mentioned, the childcare facility and the nonprofit office space hub, as well as a $10.6 million cash CAC, in addition to their DCLs and public art contribution. 1640 to 1650 was approved by council following a public hearing in December 2021. This is a 43-story residential tower consisting of 198 strata residential units and included a number of public amenities and public benefits, including a deepening of the affordability requirements for some replacement rental units that were required on site, as well as a $32.7 million cash CAC in addition to DCLs and public art. The last one, just for you on the screen, is 1668 to 1684 Alberni Street. This is a 40-story residential tower consisting of 128 strata units. This was approved in May 2022 and includes a cash CAC of $37 million, subject to phased CAC payments as well. I'll just note that all of these, as I mentioned, have received approval in principle following a public hearing in 2021 or 2022, respectively. As a bit of context, at that point in time, there's quite a bit of market uncertainty in 2021, both in terms of the decline in the strata market as well as COVID. But there was certainly an interest both on the part of the applicants and the city to help advance these projects and move them through the approval system so they have the opportunity to proceed when ready. In that regard, council at the time established a performance obligation to enact the CD1 bylaws within 24 months of public hearing, and this resulted in effectively encouraging and supporting the time and delivery of housing. 1450 West Georgia, 1157 Burrard, those all came through on their 2-year time in October 2023. 1640, 1650 was December 2023. And in October, as I mentioned earlier, you granted 6-month extensions for all 3 of those to encourage those projects to proceed through the rest of the remaining conditions and agreements. In an effort to push through that, we thought that was a reasonable amount of time to achieve those items, and so that they could have the ability to proceed should they be able to, and should there be a market to support it. I'll just note as well, the city has, and I think you've seen this slide before, but it's important to acknowledge the city's role in the development process. The city has the most control over both establishing policies and approval processes to advance applications, including rezoning and development permits. And staff work closely with applicants to align in expectations and timing to advance those projects to permit issuance and enactment in a timely manner on the applicant's schedule and where we're able to support those initiatives. Following their approval and principle from council, there are many factors beyond the city's control that play a strong bearing in whether or not projects proceed, which is in part what's affecting these projects right now, whether it's funding, financing, interest rates, cost escalations, the poor strata market that we're in right now as well. So these factors certainly have an impact more broadly affecting it. So staff and the applicant teams work closely together on these respective conditions and agreements, as well as the development permit applications. And in order to satisfy these conditions, I think we're fairly close on many of them in terms of being able to proceed, subject to these other matters and factors, in particular the strata market. So the recommendation before you today for council is to further extend these conditions of approval from these applications. They've all requested, the applicants have all requested to a varying degree different extensions, and through our internal processes, we brought these forward for consideration from staff and the Risk Management Committee in order to not just advance the projects, but also provide an additional window and opportunity for both interest rates to subside, markets to return, and projects to proceed when financially viable as well. The recommendation is to grant a general two-year extension, generally from today, so for all of them to be extended out to May 31st, 2026, to provide that sufficient time. We did look at whether or not extending shorter periods could work, but just with market uncertainty, as I mentioned, this was where staff landed in conversation with the applicants as well. Again, just noted, if council were to approve this extension to those target enactment dates, there is certainly nothing limiting the applicant from actually proceeding to enact, subject to clearing conditions and signing agreements. So if there was a will and a desire to proceed sooner, they certainly would be able to, notwithstanding these potential changes to the conditions. I'll just note as well, since it's been asked in the past around public amenities and the delivery of the payment of CACs. And so CACs are collected from rezonings in particular to offset and support growth-related amenities. Development contributions play a significant role in our capital plan. So about $1.6 billion of the total current capital plan is funded from development-related contributions, whether they be CACs, DCLs, density bonusing, or other matters. And given these projects have not yet enacted to the CD1 bylaws, effectively the rights and entitlements of the proposed rezoning have not been satisfied. And as such, until that time, there's no actual obligation for them to pay the CAC because the impacts of growth have not been satisfied effectively by bestowing the rights and entitlements out of the CD1 bylaw. So notwithstanding the staff recommendation, we've also put forward an alternative for consideration should council wish to consider this as well. And so this is for consideration listed in the report. And if council were to pursue this alternative recommendation, it would effectively mean not moving recommendations A through D, but moving the alternative recommendation. The effect of this for consideration resolution would be would result in the applicants being referred back to staff to otherwise consider alternative CACs, conditions, or offerings to then come back to council at a future public hearing date for a further decision. I'll just note in closing, as again, just to reiterate, staff's recommendation, as noted in recommendations A through D of the staff report, are to grant a similar two-year extension to each of the projects to May 31st, 2026. This is pursuant to the recommendations coming out of the Risk Management Committee and supported by the Planning Department. And we're mindful of current market conditions and allowing this additional time to enable and perhaps encourage projects to proceed as well. So subject to council's direction, we'd work closely with applicants over the ensuing months and period to encourage those projects to proceed. I understand some of them are actively looking to proceed before this date as well. And so this would be, I think, generally considered as an outside date to work towards. So I'll leave that there if there's any questions.
Thank you, Templar. So, Council, you have 5 minutes to ask questions. Councilor Fly, please go ahead.
Appreciate the presentation. I guess first question for me, is this, I mean, this isn't the first time we've had these come to us. Is this a trend that we're going to see more of, or is we kind of reached the peak?
Yeah, fair question. So there were 5 projects in the West End that had this condition. One of them was Anthem at 1698 West Georgia. They did enact and have a deferred CAC, so you've seen that one come forward. These are the other 4 that have them, so it's not exactly a proliferation of this issue, but I would certainly say that other strata projects might not be proceeding either, despite not having this condition.
Okay, and what would the impacts of these deferrals be on the immediacy of things contemplated in the West End plan and the public benefit strategy.
Yeah, fair question as well, and I was trying to allude to that in the presentation, but effectively, right now through the capital planning process, we don't factor in or count or accrue monies on CACs that have not yet been enacted, right? So in our capital plan, our 4-year capital plan, it's not contemplating this money. Certainly the receipt of this money would enable more public benefits to be delivered, but at the moment, it's not currently affecting the capital plan, and I've got others here if we need some support on that.
Right. So, but the plan does indirectly contemplate that these contributions are potentially coming down the pipe and factors that in the long range sort of strategic thinking, or?
Yeah, the West End plan certainly contemplated growth and how to support that growth, both through amenities and infrastructure. So these projects are contributing cash as opposed to in kind for the most part. There's a few projects that are doing in kind as well. And those cash contributions would then go to help fund public amenities in the vicinity in the West End plan. I would say just generally with the change in provincial legislation and how our system works, you heard earlier from Grace Cheng as well, that this system is looking at a bit of a rethink going forward in terms of how we do things. But there certainly could still be a role for CACs to play in the future as to how we achieve and deliver our public amenities.
Okay, and that sort of ties into my final question, which is, and I appreciate that you included that consideration, which seems to me, and you know, if you could speculate like this, it seems to me that that basically takes these projects back to starting from scratch, new public hearing, potentially hardship on the developer, and potentially with the context change with Bill 18 and changes to provincial legislation coming around public hearings and public benefits and that kind of thing. With this, I mean, should council contemplate that consideration? Not recommending that we do, but would that have unintended consequences of that nature?
It certainly could. I would say that in general, this wouldn't be a restart of the application. We're not going back to scratch per se. If you were to direct us through the consideration to go back and look at this, the focus would generally be around the CAC, the housing offer, the amenities being proposed. So there'd certainly be re-reviews required, but certainly not a from scratch. I would say in general, it would certainly delay any opportunity of one who could or would proceed from proceeding if they have to go back into the system and come back to another public hearing. In the short term, the West End plan is not an official community plan or official development plan, so any applications coming forward in the West End plan would still have to have a public hearing.
Okay, and the upcoming provincial context would potentially change the scoping as it informs the public hearing and.
Yeah, so as I mentioned, like until Vancouver Plan ODP is adopted as an official development plan, this area of the West End is not covered by an official development plan, and therefore any rezoning application within the West End plan still needs a public hearing.
Okay, so the changes towards ACCs have no bearing on this?
It certainly could. I think that's part of the policy framework we need to develop and bring back to council, also targeting 2025, 2026 around how we use these new tools from the province under Bill 46 to fund infrastructure and amenities. And certainly there's provisions in there that any in-stream applications are exempt from that. So we would still have to rely to a certain degree on arrangements and conditions that have already been in play to help advance these projects. And if they wanted to revisit that, then there would be a withdraw, resubmit, and start over. So there's a bit of time lag here in terms of how we implement this.
Appreciate your ability to answer all those questions, Templar. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Meisner, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Chair Joe. Thanks, Templar, for answering all these questions so far. I got a few more for you. What is the plan if the strata market doesn't bounce back by 2026? What are we envisioning as to what would happen with these projects?
Well, I think this goes more broadly to the point of even the presentation you just heard of in terms of our housing needs reports as well. Our needs are more on the rental and below market, but there's still certainly a role to play for strata. There's broader issues there affecting the market, and should those return, these projects could proceed. I would say in general, unless and until we revisit some of our planning policies like the West End plan or others, the plan here calls for generally strata, but it's somewhat agnostic. If applicants wanted to come in for rental and revisit their plan, they could certainly come back in for rental and revisit their plan, which would likely come in with a different CAC too.
Okay, so if we were to grant an extension to 2026, would that prevent a rework of these projects, or could applicants come back with something different in that time period?
Effectively, the choice to enact is with the applicant. We have conditions and agreements that they must satisfy in order to enact, but if the project and the applicant wanted to revisit their plan, they could certainly do so in the intervening period, and that would be what we call a resubmission, and depending on the nature of the resubmission would define how broad the re-review was.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify, the CACs that were negotiated, let's say, for example, was $30 million, enactment was supposed to be this year, 2024, but if we were to extend it to 2026, do we earn interest on that?
No, we don't. So the only way we've accrued interest on CAC payments is when the project has enacted and deferred an obligation. So they've earned the rights and entitlements of the zoning, and then that obligation is due. And through the deferral is where we charge. But up until that point, we don't charge interest. That was in part some of the impetus of the conditions is to maintain some purchasing power and encourage housing projects to proceed. But right now, they do not accrue interest.
Okay, so there's no accounting for inflation, say, from this year to 2026?
Not as proposed.
Okay. Okay, 1450 West Georgia, I believe, has a rental component. Is that correct?
There's an existing rental building on site, and it proposes to replace the rental within it as well.
Okay, so it's a mix of rental and strata?
Correct.
And we're still hearing from the applicant that despite it being half rental, it doesn't make sense financially to proceed?
That's what I've heard as well, too, and I think they're all generally waiting for the strata market to return to have that launch.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much, and thanks for answering these questions, Templar. I just wanted to clarify. So we've had the report. We had a decision come before council last year. I don't know. The time continuum is very vague at this point. So that particular decision before council was after enactment, and it was deferral of the payment, which is why. So there's a slightly different context to what we're looking at here, although I think to the public it looks quite similar.
Yeah, fair point. So I think the distinguishing factors is in January, we brought forward a report that granted an extension for 1698 West Georgia, which is the Anthem project. And in that one, council granted that project had enacted, has paid a portion of their CAC and deferred a portion further, about 10.6 million. And that now has got a sunset date or a requirement to pay by the end of this calendar year. The other projects, the other three that you saw in October were not yet enacted. It's the same 3+1 here. So they have not yet enacted, haven't earned their zoning entitlements yet, and have therefore not triggered the obligation to pay the CAC. So there are two different issues there.
Right, okay. What is staff's concerns or thoughts around this somewhat unprecedented decision, and maybe it's not, so feel free to correct me, in terms of future pressures that we may see on different types of housing, depending on the market, depending on many things that, of course, we don't control here. Is there a concern that we will see more projects coming back to count or asking for this type of these types of delays?
It varies. So we are certainly seeing that right now with strata projects, given the market conditions out there. We do feel that pressure as well on rentals to ensure that rental projects continue to remain viable. I would say we have seen other projects come back to look for more heightened density, different terms, different affordability, switching tenure to try to find that fit to make things work. I would say in general, applicants here are eager to proceed. They want to proceed, but they're trying to find project viability in a number of different ways.
Right. Are we negotiating CACs at the right time in the process as a result?
Well, right now the CAC framework and the financing growth framework it's only applied to rezonings, not other projects. And the place to do that is a point-in-time negotiation when you're considering those matters for council, and they really have to be considered by council at the public hearing. It's not something that we can revisit necessarily easily post-public hearing. So in the current construct that we have, it's at that point in time where these decisions need to be made. Again, just alluding to my comments to Councillor Fry earlier, as part of our ongoing effort over the next 12 to 18 months, a little bit or perhaps longer, exploring our financing growth framework and construct around the new provincial tools like the ACC ACCs, density bonusing, inclusionary zoning obligations. The need and reliance on CACs might diminish over time, but it could still play a role in complex, larger sites and things that are just harder to plan for on a citywide or an area plan basis, like an ACC.
Right. So just to really put it into layman's terms, in theory, part of our CIC process could actually, based on what you're sharing, if CACs were established at a time when market conditions were as unpredictable as they are now or have become, we could actually have a process by which we negotiate CACs and then we sort of revisit that negotiation as needed before enactment, like we're seeing here. We just don't happen to have that lever, so staff are bringing that to us.
Yeah, I appreciate the clarification. So effectively, that's what, in part, this condition was looking to do, right? Is these are point-in-time negotiations based on revenues and costs that inform a pro forma review and an analysis of this CAC that is brought to your decision at a public hearing. And this 2-year timeframe, for example, ensures that that is still a valid, generally valid number when they go to enact as well. There could be instances, if you didn't have these kind of controls, that projects could sit for a period of time where that may no longer be the appropriate number. But again, I would generally say development isn't a spectator sport. They're here and actively looking to proceed, provided there's a market and a viable project to proceed to market with.
Okay. I just have one quick question. So do we have a lever such that if there was a rezoning and the project did not move forward in the time that we would have suspected, just to clarify the process, do we have the same lever that a builder has right now to come back to us for an extension around enactment?
Well, at times, sorry.
Okay. Can I move for a second now just to get the
In a
response?
second there. All in favor say yea. Opposed say nay. Okay, please go ahead, Councillor Black.
I think I can answer that question just while it's still on the tip of my tongue. But so this condition allows you to validate that CAC is still appropriate and you want to still continue to see that project as considered at public hearing proceed. If you don't think that's the case and you want to revisit it, the for consideration resolution is there to kick it back to staff and the applicant to re-review and rediscuss and come back to another public hearing. At this point, I don't know what the outcome of that assessment could be. It could be more, it could be less. But those are certainly things that if you're looking to revisit, this is the condition that allows that to happen. And new provincial legislation enables that as well through Bill 18.
So this is basically administrative in the sense that the condition already exists as part of the policy.
Correct.
Yeah, okay. So it's very different than the previous decision in January. And thanks for helping me figure out when that happened, which is not a year ago. Okay, I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. So this is the end of the list. So now we're going to hear from the registered speaker for this report. So public speakers should state whether they are in support or in opposition of these recommendations and may only speak once. I will also ask speakers if they are residents of Vancouver if it is not noted on the speakers list. So we have one public speaker, that is David Buddle. Yeah, please go ahead, David. So before you start, I have to ask you as a procedure question if you are residents of Vancouver or not.
No, I'm not a resident
Okay,
of
thank you.
Vancouver.
Please go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Chair and Council. Thank you for providing me the opportunity to speak to this report to Council. Again, my name is David Buddle. I'm Vice President of Prima Properties, and we have the mixed-use tall building development at the corner of Burrard and Davie, which is included in this report. 1157 Burrard is the civic address. Firstly, we want to thank City staff for their continued efforts in working together with our team to move our project forward towards enactment. We support the proposed modification of the condition of our approval, and we want to assure Council that every effort is being made to advance our project to enactment and permit issuance. Templar's done an excellent job of describing our project. I just want to highlight a few items. We are at 310 much needed residential units. We have on-site community amenities valued at $22 million, which include 37 space childcare, 15,000 square feet of an arts and culture club that'll serve the West End. We have a public plaza featuring a local First Nations public art piece by Marion Nicholson. and new ground floor community-based retail and restaurant spaces. And finally, a $10.6 million cash community amenity contribution. So in our case, we plan to be back to council, in front of council. We're targeting September 24th of this year, subject to our agreements being in place and being ready for your consideration and enactment for the CD1 bylaw for this important development at that time. Happy to answer any questions you may have for me.
Thank you. This is the end of our speakers list. Thanks, David, for speaking to council. Would someone like to move a motion? Moved by Councillor Blythe, second by Councillor Montague. Council members, is there any discussion? Seeing no one on the queue, Councillor, okay. I'm not going to call the vote. Clerk, can you please take us to the voting screen, and council, please register your vote.
Chair, can I have a vote in opposition, please? It's Councillor Kerbian.
Okay.
Chair, can I have a vote in favor, please?
All right, so just to clarify, we are voting the recommendation A to D. And Councillor Kerbian vote assist in opposition. Councillor Claassen vote.
Yes, please.
Yeah, vote assist in favor, please. Councillor Meissner has not voted yet. Okay. I think Councillor Kerbian vote. Clerk, please, Councillor Kerbian vote in opposition, I think. No, I think Councillor Kerbian, you said in opposition, right?
I said in opposition, yes,
That's
Chair.
right, yeah,
Thank
okay.
you.
Can we adjust that? Okay, so let's do it again, everyone. So please register your vote on the voting screen. And Councillor Claassen vote in favor, and Councillor Kerbian in opposition. Yeah, there we go. All right, so this report passed with Councillor Kerbian in opposition, Councillor Dominado, Councillor Boyle, and Mayor Sin absent. Thank you, everyone. So we finished this item on the agenda. The referral reports all in consent. So now we're going to move to the next one in the council agenda is the bylaws. So we have 13 bylaws on the agenda for enactment. Council members who were not present for the meetings related to the public hearing enactment bylaws must confirm they have reviewed the proceedings of the meetings if they want to vote on the enactment. Bylaw 1 was from the public hearing on June 13th, 2024. Councilor Boyd is not here, Mayor Sin is not here. Councilor Montague was absent for this item at the public hearing. Councilor Montague, have you reviewed the proceeding and will you vote for the enactment? Okay. Bylaw number 6 was from the public hearing on June 13th, 2024. Councilor Montague was absent for this item at the public hearing. Councilor Montague, have you reviewed the proceeding and will you vote for the enactment? Thank you. Councilor, bylaw number 10 was from the public hearing on April 27th, 2023. Councilor Fry, Councilor Claassen, and Councilor Montague were absent for this item at the public hearing. Councilor Fry, have you reviewed the proceedings and will you vote for the enactment? Councilor Claassen, have you reviewed the proceedings and will you vote for the enactment?
I haven't, I will, Chair.
Councilor Montague, have you reviewed the proceedings and will you vote for the enactment? Thank you. Would someone like to move the motion to adopt bylaw number 1 to number 13? Moved by Councilor Carr, seconded by Councilor Fry. Council, is there any discussion? All those in favor say yay. Opposed say nay.
Yay.
Okay, so this motion carries unanimously. The list of approved bylaws can be found on the city's website. Okay, so now we're gonna move on to the next sections, administrative motion. The first one is resolution, closure and the sale of a portion of lane adjacent to 716 West 23rd Avenue. Does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest on this motion? Council, are there any questions to the members? Would someone like to move a motion? Moved by Councilor Carr, seconded by Councilor Meissner. Council, is there any discussion? All right. All those in favor say yay.
Yay.
Opposed, say nay. Okay, this motion carries unanimously. The second one is the consequential amendments to restricted zone RT7 and RT9 to comply with Bill 44, provincial small-scale multi-unit housing legislation, update to various guidelines. Does any member wish to declare conflict of interest? Council, are there any questions to team members? Would someone like to move a motion? Moved by Councillor Bly, second by Councillor Montague. Council, is there any discussion? All right, all those in favor say yay. Opposed say nay. Okay, this motion carries unanimously. The third item on the agenda is approval of form of development 5255 Kirstland Drive. Does any member declare a conflict of interest on this item? Council, are there any questions to team members? Would someone like to move a motion? Second, moved by Councillor Montague, seconded by Councillor Meisner. Council, is there any discussion? All right, all those in favor say yay. Opposed say nay. Okay, this motion also carries unanimously. All right, so now the next section is notice of council members' motion. Are there any notice of council members' motion for the upcoming standing committee meetings? Councillor Bly, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chair. I am calling notice for the meeting of July 10th. And the title of the motion is Unlocking the Creative and Economic Potential of Vancouver's Railtown District.
Thank you. Before I continue, so I reminder, please state the title of the motion and the date of the standing committee meeting of which you intend to move the motion, and be sure to send the title and date of the standing committee meeting via email to City Clerk. Thank you, Councillor Bly. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks, Chair. I am giving notice for two motions for the July 24th Standing Committee meeting. The first is entitled Installing Means Prevention Fencing on the Granville Street Bridge. And the second is called Taking Urgent Action to Boost Street Capacity and Speed Up Transit Service for Vancouverites.
So, Councillor Boyle, have you sent the title of the motion to City Clerk?
I will do that right now. Thanks,
Okay,
Chair.
thank you. Okay, please do that. That's the end of the list. The next section is new business. We have two items of new business on the agenda today. First, request for leave of absence as follows. Mayor Sim for civic business for meetings on June 26, 2024 from 5 p.m. onwards. Councillor Carr for civic business from meetings on June 26 from 9:30 a.m. to 11 a.m. and on October 23rd and 24th, 2024 all day. Councillor Dominado for civic business from meetings on July 25th, 2024 from 7 p.m. onwards. Would someone like to move the motion? Moved by Councillor Bly, seconded by Councillor Meisner. Council, is there any discussion? Okay, all those in favor say yay. All opposed say nay. Okay, so this motion also carried unanimously. All right, the second item on the agenda is acting mayors roster of councillors to represent council in August 2024. The motion reads as follows. I'm going to read the motion right now. That the council approve the following rosters for acting mayor for the month of August in accordance with section 209 of Vancouver Charter with the terms indicated below. August 1st to 11th, Councillor Zhou. August 12th to 17th, Councillor Boyle. August 18th to 31st, Councillor Clausen. Would someone like to move a motion? Moved by Councillor Meisner, seconded by Councillor Bly. Council, is there any discussion? All those in favor say yay.
Yay.
Opposed say nay. All right, so this motion also carried unanimously. Council, are there any other items for new business? Councillor Bly, please go ahead.
Thanks very much. I was just tracking what you were saying there in terms of the list, and so I just want to ensure that there are two. I've just sent them into the clerk, so I have an LOA for Wednesday, June 26th from 9:30 a.m. to noon for personal reasons, and then from 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. for civic business, and then July 4th, 5:30 to 7:30 for civic business.
All right, thanks, Councillor Bly. We need a mover. Moved by Councillor Fry, seconded by Councillor Meisner. All those in favor say yay. Opposed, say nay. Okay, so this motion also carried. Thank you. That's everything, Councillor Bly?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so inquiry and other matters. Council, are there any inquiries or other matters? Councillor Fry.
Yeah, Chair, I was hoping to ask some questions of the mayor, our liaison or our committee, our council appointee on the police board about some recent expenditures. Is he available on the line?
Mayor
Or
seems online right now.
okay, maybe wondering if I can ask it through you to the city manager. I realize it's not really the city manager's purview, but just to get them on the record. Curious, the recent budgeting allocation, two items, the recent budgeting allocation that we made for the alcohol on beaches pilot, is that, the understanding that on May 7th, that was for incidences of violence and public safety, and we're hearing that there's more police resources being used to just clear out the beaches at sunset. Was that the intention of that budget allocation, or was it really specific to that sort of safety and violence issue?
Thanks, Councillor, and we can certainly follow up with VPD for more details. It was, though, to provide more of a proactive presence for VPD members at the beach in support of Parks Board staff to both manage activity on the beach and assist in closing the beach at the 10 p.m. closer time. So it wasn't necessarily emergency response. VPD is generally using their on-duty resources for that purpose. This was more of a kind of proactive response in addition to their standard resource deployment in that district.
Okay, maybe I can follow up with the park board and see if that was something that they requested. I'm curious also, the recent police board, again, this was something I was hoping to ask the mayor, but it talked about over $500,000 in overtime costs for the decamping of Hastings Street. And accordingly that the VPD finance staff are working with city staff to have it fully funded. What is that going to look like as far as our budget and where that money might be coming from?
So yeah, our finance team is in touch with their colleagues at the VPD around their budget generally. We understand that the department is incurring costs associated with supporting the work on Hastings Street. So this is again, supporting our staff who are doing that work. With respect to overtime bills, how that's factored in or how that's impacting the department's overall budget, I don't have a sense of that. You'll recall last year, Councillor, that the VPD did come to council near the end of the year with an overall deficit that was attributed to overtime for a number of different reasons, was the primary driver of that. At this stage, I don't have an indication of where their budget is overall. We'll continue to work with them through the year around that. And if the police board is of the view that they need additional funding to balance, that would be a request that they would be making to council. But I don't have a sense for that at this stage.
And in follow-up, could we expect additional funding deficits from engineering and ACCS and other departments within the city to respond to the Hastings decampments?
At this stage, we're balancing within our resources on the city side. So no, there may be certain transfers that we're making operationally to manage that, but it's not something that we would be coming back to council with for an approval of a budget adjustment.
Okay, thank you for that. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bly?
Thanks very much, Chair. I just wanted to also raise questions related to sanitation and services in the downtown east side and areas. We know that at this time of year, although the forecast is not particularly sunny in the next week, it will become so in July and August. And I wonder if the city manager could just comment on our general approach, strategic approach when it comes to ensuring that streets and alleys and what have you stay as I want to say as clean as possible, just in the heat when we don't have enough rain. There is a concern of more illness and what have you that can be an impact, particularly those who are unhoused in the downtown east side. So would like to just hear from the city manager in terms of just general approach and direction to engineering staff and how they service and work in the downtown east side.
Certainly. So, and Council, we're happy to follow up with more details for you from the engineering team. But a significant proportion of our street cleaning budget is spent in the downtown east side. My understanding is roughly a third of the $17 million that's allocated citywide is spent in that neighborhood. Both keeping streets clean, free of litter during the day. There's a very resource-intensive effort, as you know, on a day-to-day basis. Specifically related to the issue you spoke about whether we do flush streets as well nightly, and particularly lanes are more of a concern than the streets. But that is an activity that is kind of covered as part of our routine budgeted work in that area. Gastown, of course, we're doing a lot more work right now as well in support of the Gastown pilot that includes funding for things like power washing and street flushing and so on. So yeah, our crews are certainly alive to that, and that is part of the operational protocol for that neighborhood. But again, happy to follow up with more detail if that would be helpful.
Yes, that would be great. And if I could just ask through you, Chair, if in that follow-up, just a general approach to how we engage with folks who are living on the streets and in the alleys ahead of those flushings, just to give council some context in terms of heads up conversations that happen so that we can just really understand the service delivery approach beyond the function of street cleaning and flushing of the streets.
Understood. Yep. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Bly. So that's everything adjournment. We need a motion to adjourn. Moved by Councillor Bly, second by Councillor Montague. All those in favor say yay. Opposed say nay. This meeting is now adjourned. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, everyone.